us the fresh maker.
Now, if I didn't know any better, I'd say that you're looking at running for president again.
Do it. Do it. Look at me. Do it. I will personally write you a campaign check now on behalf of this country, which does not want you to be president, but which badly wants you to run.
I am officially running for President of the United States, and we are going to make our country great again.
There's not going to be a President Donald Trump.
I think that man will be President of the United States right about the time that spaceships come down filled with dinosaurs and red cake.
Donald Trump has been saying that he will run for president as a Republican, which is surprising since I just assumed he was running as a joke.
Donald Trump will not become president.
I continue to believe Mr. Trump will not be president.
Donald Trump will never, ever be president.
Moderator, but apparently believes that Donald Trump is a clown.
President Obama will go down as perhaps the worst president in the history of the United States! Exclamation point at real Donald Trump. Well, at real Donald Trump. At least I will go down as a president.
You're never going to be president of the United States by insulting your way to.
Let's see, I'm at 42 and you're at 20.
We have a key race alert right now. Donald Trump now has reached the number of delegates needed to clinch the Republican presidential nomination.
So right now, Mr. Trump, to answer your call for political honesty, I just want to say you're not going to be president, all right? It's been fun. It's been great. I love you. But come on, buddy.
Donald Trump, while we project, will win in Kentucky with its 8 electoral votes, in Indiana with its 11 electoral votes, West Virginia, Florida, Tennessee, Mississippi, South Carolina, Alabama, Kansas with its 6 electoral votes, Nebraska with its 5 electoral votes, and Wyoming with its 3 electoral votes, North Dakota with its 3 electoral votes, and South Dakota, Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, the state of Montana, Missouri, Ohio, Idaho, North Carolina.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
Together, we will make America great again.
And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome into debate night here on CobraCast 199. It's going to be a big night. I am running the backup camera just to make sure we have no technical issues tonight. We'll see what happens, but I'm running the cheap webcam, low quality content here at CobraCast 199, and I hope you guys are all having a good night because we are in for an interesting one, to say the least. CNN, I'm getting mixed reports as to what they're going to do tonight. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know if I'm going to run this stream on YouTube or not. We are on Rumble, we're on Kick, we're on Twitter, and we're on YouTube, and I'm not sure how I'm going to play it at the top of the hour. We're just going to have to see. I am not sure. Low audio? Really? God fucking damn it. Give me a minute. Testing. Here, is that better? That should be better. So the audio should be good now. Audio should be good. Let me know, chat. Of course, you guys know I read the chat. Because the chat is the most important part of any show that we do. So I just bumped up the volume a little bit. So let me know if that's good. Good now? Good to go? All right. So if you're looking for a professional operation, I will send you over to Timcast because they'll do a much better job. But little old me here, we're going to be reacting tonight to this stream. We're going to make it transformative, okay? We're going to make it transformative. That's the whole point, making it transformative. So we'll see what happens. But I'm looking forward to it. So read me, Jeremy says, I don't even know, the chat's moving so fast, I didn't even see it. But anyway, we got a lot of super chats already as well. I am currently here on this right here. Now, they have the chat disabled for the live stream over on CNN's channel. Now, again, I have to make this transformative, okay? So we will be watching the debate, but I'm going to have to pause. I'm going to have to commentate. I'm going to have to make this all about my commentary based off of their debate. That's what we're going to have to do tonight. So everybody needs to understand that there's going to be a lot of pausing and a lot of discussions along the way. Normally, I don't like to do that. You know, when we have something like a speech or something like that, I like to let the audience hear what they want to hear. But it looks like CNN is going to go after people. So I don't know what's going to happen. But what everybody needs to understand is that you should be following me on Rumble. You should be following me on Kick, and you should be following me on Twitter or X, all right? Because Elon Musk has made it clear that he is not going to DMCA anyone, and everyone has a right to watch this. That's what Elon Musk said. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, but I can tell you that CNN is terrified of Donald Trump. I can tell you that CNN is doing everything in their power to control the narrative. They are not, I don't believe they're allowing members of the press in, and I think they were only allowing like 2 family members in. They want no audience. They want no press. They want YouTubers not reacting to it, because they're terrified of Donald J. Trump, the 45th and soon-to-be 47th president of the United States of America. What up, Memology in the chat? What up, brother? How are you? As a matter of fact, President Trump did arrive today, and he kind of got a king's welcome because that's our MAGA king right here. So here is some video of President Trump right here. Here we go. The people love the MAGA king, President Donald J. Trump. So he is in the house, and then you got Sleepy Joe over there, not really knowing what's going on. I don't know if he's had his medication yet, Sleepy Joe, but we're going to find out very soon if he has had his medication. This right here, this is what I was talking about earlier, right here. Here we go.
We were allowed 2 people from the campaign to actually physically be in that building. I'm going to be watching it from a hotel room.
You're joking.
No, they did not allow us to have any. Of course, they said no audience. They can't get Joe Biden. He's like a scared cat hears a noise, he might jump. We can't allow that to happen. We can't allow Donald Trump to have these epic moments where the audience, to your point, roars and applauds, and really the energy builds in the room for Donald Trump. They want to avoid that as well. So I'll be there pre-debate. I'm going to go in and do some media very shortly. I'll be there post-debate in the spin room. I won't actually be able to watch it in person. But you know what? I'll watch it like the rest of the country does, and I'm excited to do it.
They're not letting the family into the debate hall?
Nope, not at all.
Wow. Yeah. Only 2 people?
Yep.
So this is all about controlling the narrative. That's exactly what they're doing. And they are truly terrified. They're truly terrified of President Trump. There's no doubt about that. And it's so funny. Ellie Reen for a $19947. $199.47. $19947. Thank you for that massive super chat. Getting my popcorn and Baja Blast ready for this one. It's going to be entertaining. Trump 2024. Let's freaking go. Thank you, Ellie Reen. And you also dropped 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Ellie. Chad Layton with a $100 MAGA Red Super Chat. That's 2 MAGA Red Super Chats already here over on CobraCast. And says, just from Chad Layton, says, bring on the show of shows. Going to be listening while working. Can't miss the show. Thank you, Chad Layton. Appreciate that, brother. We love those MAGA Red bombs. Over on Rumble, Broke Cracker 2 for 25. Can you end this stream with Make It Out Alive by War Hippies? The problem is like, I don't even know how I'm able to get away with the Sabaton song, because I do get copyright claimed on it. Most of the time you'll get struck. So I'm always weird about playing music, just because there'll probably come a time where I have to stop playing Sabaton, because I do get copyright claimed every time. But the chat takes care of us here at CobraCast, so it's okay. It's okay. JRG Projects for 20 says, I'm running the CobraCast stream on the big screen tonight. Best news channel for the debate, hands down. Thank you. I appreciate that. There's a lot of people going to be covering this thing tonight, and I understand that everybody has a lot of options, and I respect the hell out of that. But all I say is thank you for the ones that are here, and whether you're watching on YouTube, Rumble, Twitter, or Kick, I appreciate you big time. So thank you so much for that. You guys are the best, and we are going to continue to monitor how all this goes. CNN's coverage over on their YouTube channel begins in 17 minutes. Now that is a countdown to, I guess, their pre-show, if I'm understanding that correctly. Oh, you know what? Memology is correct. The amount of claims builds up and can get you effed for reused content. Ooh, that is very true. You know what? That's what I was saying a long time ago. You guys remember when I said, like, I can't keep doing the Sabaton thing because it's going to bite me in my ass one day? And Memology, who knows this better than anybody, is correct. So yeah, that might be an issue down the road for us. So we may have to course correct at some point. So thank you, Memology. Appreciate you, man. Nobody knows that better than him. Link Okanobi for 50 says, what's up, Jeremy? I'm live right now waiting for the debate and watching your channel from my phone. Let's get ready to rumble Trump 2024 199. Let's fucking go. Let's go. So this tonight, my prediction is that CNN is going to do literally everything in their power to control the narrative. They're going to control every aspect of this and try to make Trump look bad, and it's going to have the reverse effect, because ultimately what's going to happen is the people, like, this is going to be a massive viewership all across social media. I think people are going to see this and they're going to like go, why are you guys so scared of this man? What are you so terrified about? Joe Biden's going to get really sleepy in the last 30 minutes. And the whole thing is just going to be a big disaster for Biden, and it's going to be a huge win for Trump, even though CNN is going to try everything in their power to slow Donald Trump down. That is what's going to happen, in my opinion. Zanaximus for $100 over on Rumble. CNN is sterilizing the debate as much as they possibly can, but as with all the left lunatics, they overreach like crazy. Normal people will see how extreme this is. Gonna be one hell of a shit show. I agree. Thank you, Zanaximus, for the first MAGA red bomb over on Rumble tonight. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. And I agree. This is why CNN, like, look, I saw, what's his name? Agenda Free TV. Agenda Free TV was talking earlier, and he said that he contacted CNN. He contacted CNN, and he said that, as a matter of fact, I want to put this in the chat. I'm going to play you what Steve said. If I can put this in the group chat really quickly, I'll show you what I recorded. All right, let's see here. Let me see if I can pull this up. And this is what he said when he reached out to CNN. So I don't know, man. Let's see if I can find it. Waiting for it to load. Okay.
I wish there had been some more clarity on their part, but
hang on, I'm gonna try to. Okay, so let's go to this one right here. All right, here's what Steve said about CNN and him covering the debate tonight.
I reached out to CNN, and I wish there had been some more clarity on their part, but they basically said you can show it. But I wish, again, there's just without getting into the technical details of something. I messaged them back to kind of get crystal exact, clear clarity, and they know who I am and everything, and I never heard back a second time. So my plan is to show it. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. I did have communication with them, but we'll see. We'll see.
So that's what I'm basing mine off of is Lookner from Agenda Free TV, which is bullshit, by the way. But I'm not a fan of Steve. He's got a massive case of TDS. Massive. He's literally foamed at the mouth over Donald Trump, but he runs something called Agenda Free TV. Go figure. But I'm going to run with that, saying that he now is confirming that we can cover it. Okay? That's what I'm saying, you know? Somebody said there's several Rumble rants. Yes, I know. I've read a few of them. We got Rumble rants coming in, Super Chats coming in. Thank you, guys. Dougie B just dropped 5 gifted memberships over on Kick. And, of course, we're live on Twitter. So we're live on Twitter, Rumble, YouTube, and what did I say? A Kick? Did I miss it? But, yes, here we go. Okay, now, the countdown has started. We are at 12 minutes till CNN's early coverage begins. And then from there, again, I just want to stress to everyone, I do not know what's going to happen on YouTube. I have no idea. I'm going to do my best to make this as transformative as possible. So understand, if you're watching me, I'm going to be pausing to give commentary so we can make this as transformative as possible. That's the fair use way to do it, especially with the things that we've gotten the reports from CNN, which is directly from Tim Pool saying that those discussions were going on. We obviously, if I get hit on this channel, I won't be able to live stream for, I don't even know. It depends. Probably either 7 days or maybe it's 30 days. I really don't know. Apparently, Tim Pool is now live on Rumble. That's amazing. I want to thank Tim for being the first person to ever stream on Rumble. He is breaking down barriers. He's the first YouTuber that's ever multi-streamed on Rumble and YouTube now. He's the first one. It's like Black Panther all over again. Black Panther was the first movie with black people. Tim Pool now the first streamer to ever stream on Rumble and YouTube simultaneously. So that's really that's impressive, man. Good job on that one, Tim. Volume is low. I'm trying to, man, it's StreamYards. It's because I'm capturing through StreamYards. StreamYards fucking sucks. Matter of fact, I might can fix this if you guys give me just a second. Give me just a minute, okay? I'm gonna fix this. Okay, let's see if that might have fixed it. I may have to pull up my settings really quick. Stupid ass StreamYards. And of course that shit has to come up. Let's see. System. Why is it so complicated to actually stream? Like, all I want to do is stream to my audience. I want to talk shit about CNN and have some fun without my volume being impacted. Test. Okay, there. Now I should have it fixed. And if it messes up again, just let me know, ladies and gentlemen, and I will work on it some more. But there we go. I think we're all fixed now, so I apologize. If it's people trolling me, then good on them. Shout out, because anytime you can troll a live streamer to doing something that they didn't need to do, you deserve respect. I am all for the chat trolling a live streamer and making them look absolutely retarded. I am okay with that, 100%. Let's see here. Over on Rumble, we got another $100 from Wisdom Prevails. It says, Trump breaks this thing wide open tonight. Rumble, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Hell yes. Love it. Thank you so much. Let's see. Bobo Yogi for 10 says, Jeremy, I'm here on Rumble tonight. In the event that your YouTube channel or your YouTube stream gets ass fucked like Beardo with previously chewed on corn on the cob, we know you're not gay, just identifying as a lesbian. Ya fig. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Let's see. Alt Lag for 20 says, hail to the snake pit, Godspeed, Razor Force. My prediction for tonight, the press runs Biden, trounces Trump in debate. Headlines so long as Joe doesn't need to activate his life alert bracelet. Thank you for that. It's going to be a wild one, man. As a matter of fact, speaking of Razor Fist actually had a pretty good tweet earlier. And I want to show you guys this one really quick if I can find it. I know I liked the tweet. Yeah, here it is. Razor Fist had a great tweet earlier. No audience, 2-minute broadcast delay, mics cut off on a whim, certain topics banned outright. CNN aren't filming a debate, they're shooting a film. 1,000% from Razor Fist. 1,000%. So accurate. This is what CNN is doing right now. They are not filming a debate. They are shooting a movie with rules and everything. It's insane. It's insane. Get the spammers out of here. Get the spammers out of here. Handle the spammers, mods. Get them the fuck out of here. Losers. We don't like spammers. We don't like spammers. I'm trying to get my chat pulled back up. One of these days I'll get it pulled up. I guess it's good that the chat's not coming up since all the spammers are in there. Huh. Come on, chat. Where you at? We'll get the chat back up here in just a minute. Okay, so we are currently waiting for... So we're 6 minutes away. I can go over to this right here. So right now, CNN's coverage is going to start in 6 minutes. I hear that Gavin Newsom is in the house. If I'm not mistaken, I think Gavin Newsom is in the house. So, hi, Gavin Newsom, I guess. Guess we're glad that Gavin Newsom is there, which, in my opinion... I still don't believe that Biden is going to be the nominee. I just don't believe Biden's going to be the nominee. I hope he is. I hope Biden's the nominee, but I just don't think he's going to be, because I don't think this man can. I don't know how you convince me or anyone else that he's going to make it another 4 years, much less another 4 days or 4 months. I just don't see it, man. It's very, very wild. And I wonder if tonight could be the beginning of the end for Biden in terms of, is this going to be a really embarrassing night for him and he's just going to show that he's completely out of it completely? I don't know. That's what I think might happen. He could just be so far gone that he just embarrasses everybody, but that's maybe the point. I think that that's not likely, but I do think that it's still a possibility, a small possibility, but it's out there. But I just don't think that he will be the nominee. Right now, all numbers, like in every swing state right now, Trump is dominating. In every swing state, every poll, the momentum is crazy for Trump, and they have to see that. Now, we already know that they'll literally do anything to stop Donald Trump from getting back in office. They'll move heaven and earth. They'll make everybody in the world put on a fucking mask, okay? They'll keep you locked in your homes. They will keep you away from your family members. They will keep you just away from everything, in order just to not have Donald Trump in office. So to think that they wouldn't replace Biden with a Gavin Newsom or a Big Mike, I think that to dismiss that as a possibility is kind of crazy, because they clearly will. They clearly will. So we'll see what happens. But Trump is kind of, he's walking into enemy territory tonight. Jake Tapper hates him. That's on record. CNN reporters got very upset when you told them that, oh, hey, he, Jake Tapper, I can't believe you're disrespecting my colleague. It's like, yeah, we've seen what Jake Tapper has said about President Trump over the years. We've seen it all. Swig of water for the working man out there. I appreciate all of you being here tonight, and we're going to have a great crowd, whether you are watching on Kick, Rumble, YouTube, Twitter, wherever. We appreciate you and your time. We've got 1,700 on Rumble right now, boys, okay? That's a good audience for us. That's a good audience for us. That's a very good audience. So I appreciate you guys being here. That's a lot. The most we've ever had on Rumble was like, I want to say like 6,000 or 7,000, because that was the time, I can't remember what I was reacting to, but it got taken down. I think it was a Tucker Carlson interview that I was reacting to, and it got taken down. I'm not sure. But we'll see. Viper Chief is very upset because I don't mention him. Hello, Viper Chief. Hello. And there's the spammers. Get those spammers out of here. Get those spammers out of here. All right. Let's see. We got the mods. They'll handle them. Don't worry. They're gone. Look at there. They're done. It's over. You're not going to last long here, okay? It's not going to happen. The snake pit will not put up with the bullshit, okay? You can keep trying and we'll keep banning, all right? All right, here we go. So now we just have a countdown. So that's all this is a countdown. Now, CNN has basically disabled the live chat. There is no live chat, okay? There's none at all. If the spam gets too bad, we'll just put it on like a subscriber only or something like that, because it's going to be a crazy night for sure. Let's see. Dan said, you know what, Dan? You get your fucking wish. I'm going to make you a mod, Dan. I'm going to make you a mod. Dan Vask, I think Dan put the bots up to it. Okay, that's what I think. I think Dan probably put the bots up to this. Dan probably sent the bot army in here as an excuse for me to make him a mod, and now he's a mod. So there you go. There you go. Dan just sent, now watch. Now that Dan is a mod, no more bots. Watch, okay? Watch what happens. All right, so we've got the countdown right here. And you guys are just insane tonight. Wow. Closing in on 1,800 on Rumble. How many we got on Kick? I don't have the Kick numbers. Let's see. Session info. 55 on Kick. Not bad. Let's hear the spin show.
Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump square off. The first time a sitting and former president have ever debated. Sources tell CNN President Biden is expected to go on the offensive, focusing on the.
Can you guys hear that? It's really low.
Presents to the nation and democracy.
Why is it so low?
What we're told he will not do is announce any major policy or person.
So I heard Robert Barnes earlier had a prediction. Let me show you guys what Robert Barnes' prediction was earlier. Let's see here. Robert Barnes had an interesting prediction earlier. Let me see what you guys think about this one. Let me find my bookmarks really quick. I saw Dan said, you see, chat, nothing is impossible. Nothing is impossible. Okay. I want the chat's thoughts on Robert Barnes' prediction for tonight. Here we go right here.
My guess is that Trump may announce his vice president choice right before or during the debate, with the goal being to dictate the news narrative in the next 24-hour news cycle, because he knows how these news cycles work. So in order to prevent, or I think he'll definitely do it, if something's happening during the debate, they think, oh, they're going to spin this as the news for the next 24 hours. Well, I'm going to hijack it and announce who my vice president is. And if it's a good announcement, if it's J.D. Vance, if it's Ben Carson, if it's Vivek, if it's one of those people that have a lot of popularity within the populist base, then he will have a great momentum.
So you're predicting he's going to announce his VP tonight?
Yeah, I think I'd say 50-50 chance he announces it tonight, because it'd be like Trump to try to, he knows they want to hijack the news cycle. He knows what they want to use this for, so he should hijack it himself. I think he'll definitely do it if anything's going on during the debate.
Could you imagine if Trump announced his VP and it was like Vivek or Tucker or something like that. He would dominate. He would dominate the news cycle. It would be insane. It would be the coolest thing ever.
That he says, oh, they're going to spin this in this way and use it in this way. Okay, I don't want that.
Exactly. He's got that in his hip pocket, and that's total genius.
Woo, that scared me. Woo. I've got it way too loud in my ears. Okay, so here's my thing, okay? I think that there's about a 5% chance of that happening. I think there's like a 5% chance of that happening. I don't think that that's part of Trump's plan at all, but he is a showman, okay? He's a showman. So we have to remember that. Everything about this guy, he knows how to steal the thunder. So the idea that he could announce his VP, and he has said, remind me, because I've been so buried in the entertainment world with all the Dr. Disrespect drama and the Star Wars drama on my Geeks and Gamers channel. Remind me, didn't Trump say that his VP would be at the debate? Didn't he say that? I think he said that, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like he said that. Let's listen to the rest of this.
Lie to you about what's happening now.
My broadcast on
Okay,
air.
so I thought there was more to it. But I don't think that there's a strong possibility of that at all. I don't. But, chat, who do you want as VP? That's the question. Who does the chat want as VP? That's the question I want to know. And I think that, I mean, obviously my top two choices are, well, Tucker's my top choice. I don't think that's realistic. I know that there was all of these rumors going around about Vivek the other day. I don't think Vivek is going to be the VP. But here's the thing about Trump. We have never seen a better showman in our lifetime than Donald Trump. He's the greatest showman of all time. He's the greatest showman of all time. So he could have been misdirecting the entire time about this. I do like the line that a lot of people have said about Vivek is basically insurance for Trump, that they won't actually do something terrible. I do see that to some extent, but I'm going to repeat what I've said before. And I'm just, all I can do is be honest. Vivek offers the best and worst of both situations. I think Vivek has the highest upside of any person that's being considered for, well, I mean, he's not even on the short list, but Vivek has the highest upside of anybody outside of probably Tucker Carlson. All right? Tucker Carlson has no downside. Vivek, what's the best Vivek could be? Vivek could be the guy that carries MAGA forward. What's the worst Vivek can be? The worst he can be is Barack Obama 2.0. And that's scary. And I'm not sure the risk is worth the reward, because that's terrifying to me. Because he could be the greatest thing ever, but he could be Barack Obama 2.0. And that's pretty damn scary. Whereas Tucker offers all the positives and none of the negative. But I don't think it's going to be Tucker or Vivek. If it's Marco Rubio, I may just have to give up completely on politics, because I'll be like, what is Trump thinking if he's actually going to make Marco Rubio as VP? I may just have to give up completely. I may just have to go back to just strictly playing video games and bitching about Star Wars, because holy crap, man, Marco Rubio would be an awful pick, an awful pick. I'm not sure I can support that. And everybody knows I'm a big Trump guy, but I don't know if I can support Marco Rubio. You might as well just bring Pence back. You might as well just bring Pence back if you want to have Marco Rubio. You know? But none of the options are, like, the two best options of the short list of VPs that he has mentioned. The two best options, in my opinion, is Ben Carson and Byron Donalds. Those are the two. Those are the two. That's it. Hayden Wayne for 50 says, I could be remembering, but I don't think Mike Pence was on the short list in 2016. Just something to consider. Hail chat. What's up, Hayden Wayne? I don't remember if there was a short list that was announced in 2016. I'm not really sure. Here's what we do know. Here's what we do know. We do TDS Jeremy Ark would be awesome. Heel versus babyface in the chat. What's up, Az? I think there's a 50-50 that there's a 20% chance that maybe there's a 2-to-1 odds a prediction may or may not happen. Damn, Az. You were close to Steiner math on that one. You were close to some Steiner math. All right? Just saying. You're close. All right, let's see where we are really quickly. We are at the countdown for CNN. Their little 23 minutes and 50 seconds countdown. So, chat, really quick. Are other YouTube channels going to react to this? Like, who else on YouTube right now is going to react to this? I'm curious. Is Timcast going to cover this? Is The Blaze going to cover this? I'm curious what other channels are doing. I'm curious what you guys are seeing out there. As with some Steiner math. C-SPAN is simulcasting. Everybody's covering it. So I doubt they will copyright these streams. Daily Wire's covering it. Russell Brand, well, he's going to be on Rumble, right? Razor Fist, okay. A lot of competition tonight. Is Crowder on YouTube, though? I'm specifically asking for YouTube coverage, not Rumble, not other places. Dirk Mather says there are other streamers. That's the rumor I hear. But I guess we'll see. Okay. Fox News. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I talked to Benny earlier, actually, about it. I don't know if he's going to show it or not. I'm not sure. It will be very bad for this YouTube channel if we get hit. I will say that. It will be very bad. And I don't know how long that punishment will last, but it won't be good. It won't be good, for sure. So, Crowder's on YouTube? Okay. All right. Now, I guess we'll see how many are going to stay live here in 20 minutes. That'll be the interesting part to see that. While we're waiting, I want to read some more Super Chats really quickly. I'm going to put the chat back up here for a second, catch up on some of these. I do appreciate you guys for being here. River Miles for 20 says 7 days at Camp David just to fill his diaper with cocaine in preparation for tonight. Front Toward Enemy for $9.99 says tonight will be meme gold. Meme them until they cry, and then memes about crying. Sun Tzu. Yeah, man, it's the memes are going to be pretty glorious tonight for sure. I can't wait to see how that all goes. Let's see. All right, there's this 5. Oh my gosh, you guys are just crazy tonight on all platforms. Is that SL1138 for 20 says Orlando resident, first time super chatter. Loved meeting y'all at MegaCon. Joe Biden is a turd. We're here to watch him fail harder than the Acolyte and Rings of Power combined. Trump 2024 199, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you. Tweeted Tone says, so Jeremy will be pausing the debate. I'm going to play it by ear. And we're just going to have to see. I'm just going to have to wing it to the best of my ability. I'm going to stay live here on YouTube as long as I feel comfortable. So we'll see. I don't know how to say this. Resco Amino for 20 on Rumble. I think this is going to be as scripted as possible for Biden. He's had questions for weeks, I'm sure, and are going to shut off Trump's mic as much as they can. He's still going to slap, though. Yes, he will. Yes, he will. Trump is still, like, there's nothing. It's like anything else, man. If you were to tie one hand behind Michael Jordan's back in the mid 90s, in the mid to late 90s, you were still going to lose. Michael Jordan was still going to figure out a way to beat you. Okay, that's just what happens. Donald Trump has risen to every single occasion that they've thrown at him. Nothing slows this guy down. They've thrown everything at him, and he lets nothing impact him at all. He lets nothing. There's nothing that can slow this guy down. Let's see here. Okay, that's the wrong one. Hang on. Where am I supposed to be? Right here. There we go. So we are now 19 minutes away from the debate. Do you think we'll get 1 million people watching on CNN's YouTube channel? They've got 175,000 right now. They got 175,000 people watching on their YouTube channel right now. That's pretty crazy. That's a lot of people. That is a lot of people. All right. So we are currently waiting. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. And how's Rumble holding up overall? Are people having issues with Rumble? Somebody says Rumble is melting. I got to imagine it's going to be a tough night for Rumble to hold up because, I mean, you got, I guess Tim's over there. Tim's streaming. So I got to imagine Rumble's, like, they said they're putting all hands on deck tonight to handle everything, but, like, my comments are kind of dead on Rumble now. It's really weird. Like, the comment section's not even moving on Rumble, and we've lost, like, over 500 viewers. So I don't know if Rumble's... We are live on Kick as well. Don't forget, we're live on Kick. We're live on Twitter. We're live on Rumble. But the Rumble chat is just dead. It's not moving. Say something in the Rumble chat, people. Let me see how you're holding up. Right now, my Rumble chat's just dead. Nobody's saying anything. And there's a lot of people watching, so that's really weird. You can't open Rumble. Rumble's down. Damn, Rumble's down. That's why I was dropping viewership. Well, we'll see what happens. We are live on Kick. Don't forget, so you can go watch Kick. So let me see how many we have on Kick right now. Yeah, we got like 64 people watching on Kick. So we got over 2,000 over on Twitter. Okay, so we're holding down. We got 4,000 here on YouTube. And yes, Rumble is down completely. Damn. That sucks. That really sucks. I guess we'll see what happens. That's why, like, as much as we have, like, it is pretty crazy how all the traffic that YouTube deals with and they still never crash. That's pretty fucking crazy that YouTube never crashes. Ever. I can't remember I mean, there's been like a time or two where YouTube went down, but it never crashes. R.I.P. Rumble. Anybody that's in my backstage right now that can hear me, is everybody down on Rumble? You guys can answer. You can say hello. Krista, say hello. I'm sure the chat wants to hear from you. If she's not here. Maybe she's not here. She's working on something. I got Jed here. Jay Hellstorm's here. Krista's here. So
hello.
There he is. There's Hailstorm. Hi. There's Krista. So you guys can say hello to them. Is Rumble down completely for you guys?
Yep.
Can you not even sign into it? Can you not even sign into it?
I can't even launch the page.
Yeah, Damn. I can't get into the website, period.
That sucks. That sucks. Well, I guess we'll see. I'm still watching my stream, but my chat is dead, and viewers are just frozen at 1,200, and it was up to like 1,800. So
yeah, don't refresh or you'll lose it. That's what happened to me.
Okay. So I will not be doing that. I will not be doing that. So I see our chat here, the YouTube chat. You guys are informing me. All right. Let me go to this. I just want to check Twitter really quick to see what people are saying on Twitter. Yeah, Timcast streaming on Rumble for the first time. And, you know, we'll see. What? Oh, my God. There's, like, rumors of Dr. Disrespect being arrested now? That's the thing now? Are you kidding me? Jesus Christ, there's so much going on right now, man. There's a lot going on in my world. Holy crap. So now we got rumors that Dr. Disrespect is being arrested 15 minutes before the presidential debate. We got Rumble collapsing. What the hell is happening right now? This is insane. Holy shit. I mean, Keemstar just tweeted out about it. That was 48 minutes ago he tweeted out about it. So has there been an update on that? Good Lord, man. Good Lord. There's a lot going on today, man. This is a wild time. It's a wild time. So anyway, I'm trying to keep up with all of it. I appreciate you guys and your patience. And we're gonna stay here as long as we're able to stay. We are gonna be here until the ship goes down. All right. I'm gonna try to make this as transformative as possible tonight. And we'll see. Oh, that's a pretty cool picture right there. Check this out. One of the most impressive pictures I've ever taken. Byron Donalds jumping up to give Vivek a fist bump. That is a cool picture right there. That is awesome. Look at that. That's a pretty cool picture. Hell yeah. I respect that. I like both those guys, man. I'm a huge fan of Byron Donalds. I think Byron Donalds would be a phenomenal pick for VP. Absolutely. I don't feel he's a top runner, but at the same time, because of how well Trump has played this, I don't know if we know who the front runner is. That's how good Trump is at playing this game, man. He's not letting us know. He's not letting us know what's going on. We are 12 now. We are less than 13 minutes from the beginning of the CNN debate. If you are here, you are going to hear transformative commentary on this wonderful, respectable, high-quality, high-production YouTube channel. We have one of the most high-production YouTube channels you have ever seen. We are truly the best. We never have any problems with audio, video. We never have any issues whatsoever. We are truly the symbol of high production value here at CobraCast. So I hope you guys are ready, which is why I'm using my shitty webcam tonight to make sure my stream doesn't crash. So yes, Rumble is completely down for most people. What I would suggest is if you were able to get Rumble up and running, find whatever stream you want to watch and do not click off of it, because I'm still looking at my Rumble stream right now. I'm still watching my Rumble stream. It has not had any hiccup whatsoever, but the chat is completely dead on Rumble. Chat is completely dead. So 11 minutes to go. What's going to happen? I want to scroll Twitter again just to make sure that I'm not missing any crazy stories right now. I should just pull Twitter up on my phone. All right, let's see here. Twitter's running a bit slow right now. Not too bad, but just a bit. Dude, there's just so much shit going on right now. I see Memology's tweet. Rumble is down just before the debate. Bruh. Yeah. It's bad. All right, Rumble is tweeting out. Let's see. Let me see what Chris Pavlovsky has to say. He said nothing in the last 30 minutes. Rumble has not tweeted anything. Jay can join. He's just not going to be able to react in real time. He can join the StreamYard call, though, for sure. Yeah, I don't see... So this is the last thing that... Rumble tweeted this earlier. All engineering teams, let's see, are all hands on deck. The Super Bowl begins tonight. That's what Rumble said earlier today. So they clearly are prepared for this. And so we're going to have to see what exactly happens. Let's see here. I'm getting notifications like crazy right now. It's going to be a wild one. Okay, we got that. Okay. Let's see. I doubt it's the odds. They just couldn't handle the traffic. Yeah, I mean, this is the most traffic Rumble's probably ever had. This is probably the most traffic that they've ever had. Is anybody getting updates? So if you're watching your favorite YouTube streamer and you're jumping back in over here, is everyone going to try to do this on YouTube as well? Is that what's going to happen? So is Timcast going to do this on Rumble? Is Crowder? Is all the other people that are Rumble, like, are they going to do this on YouTube? Let's see. You went to Kick, says Jacoby. All right. Yeah, we are on Kick, and 150 people on Kick now. And Kick has really good quality over there, by the way. The thing is I will say this, man. I've seen Kick have streams with like 600,000-700,000 people before at their peak. Kick can handle some traffic. Kick can handle some traffic. I don't remember how many people were watching that Aiden Ross stream that one time, but I feel like he had like 600,000 people watching him. We are less than 10 minutes away. Timcast is doing YouTube, X, and Rumble. Lots of people are on YouTube. Keep me... what I want to know is Locals down as well? Holy shit. Locals is down? I'm curious as that. Can somebody confirm that to me? Is Locals down as well? What's up, Odin? No chat, though. Let's see. Twitter incoming to be down. You think so? I don't know, man. This is, I mean, the amount of traffic that this is, like, you can tell that every single person is interested in this, man. This is going to break the internet. Yeah, Rumble's completely fucked. Rumble's completely fucked right now. I can't sign in. I still have that window up. And that's what I want everybody to understand is if you are on Rumble, you need to stay on whatever page you want to be on or leave that in another window. Because that's the best way to do it. That's the best way to do it. Okay. 7 minutes to go. Frank Luntz is on, everyone. Or you guys want to hear from Frank Luntz? Okay, Frank. It's an obvious toupee, Frank. It's obviously a toupee. You're not fooling anyone, Frank Luntz. That is a pathetic toupee. You're not even trying, Frank. You're not even trying. This is bad. Like, look at it. It's... It's obviously a toupee. Holy fuck. Holy shit. There you go. There you go right there. Good old Frank Luntz. This is the guy who has a creepy Oval Office like in his bedroom. It's really weird. I don't know if you guys have seen that video before, but he's really creepy. He's a creepy guy. But there we go. 6 minutes until the debate, ladies and gentlemen. Going to be a 90-minute debate. All the rules are all meant to benefit Joe Biden and make Donald Trump as ineffective as possible. But we know that Donald Trump rises to the occasion every single time, no matter what. He's a once-in-a-lifetime charismatic individual that I don't know how to explain it. I've tried to explain it many times, but Trump just has this charisma that is second to none. He commands every room he's in. He commands every scenario he's in, and he's going to do that too. It doesn't matter how many rules you put on Donald Trump. He's still the star. No matter where he goes, he's the most important person in the room. End of discussion. That's how it's always been, and it's never going to change. CNN, you can do whatever you want. You can put whatever stupid rules in place you want. Donald Trump's the star of the show. He's the one that turns the needle every single time. That's it. Colonel Douche Nozzle for 50. That hair is about as stable as Bo Jiden's mental capacity. Thank you. Zanaxima says, is this kind of if this kind of debacle doesn't make people understand we always need many multi-streaming alternatives, I don't know what will. Hear that, Beanie Boy? Exactly. I love how Tim... Don't send me on a Tim cast rant right now. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't want to make this an anti-Tim Pool thing. It's just... Should have been fucking streaming on Rumble for the past year. That helps them with their traffic. They need bigger creators over there. If you would have been streaming over there for the past year, streaming to 20 or 30,000 people, that would have helped them with their servers. But no, you just show up when YouTube tells you you might not be able to stream. Suddenly, let me go to Rumble and expect everything to work. It takes time for this shit. Never mind. That's it. That's all I'm saying. It's just fucking retarded. It's retarded. The guy should be streaming, multi-streaming on Rumble. Give your audience an option. Give people another option. It's not... We're streamers. We are retarded. Uh-oh. Is this it? Oh, no, that was last time, right? Okay, so we are streamers. We are retarded people, okay? We work for the people. We work for the people. We are nothing without the people. Give the people an option to watch you in wherever they choose to watch. That's why I stream to 4 different platforms. And I don't care where people watch me. As long as the people that are watching me are happy on the platform they're on, that's perfectly fine with me. But anyway, I'm not going to make a rant about Tim tonight. Not anymore, anyway. Swig of water for the working man. We are 3 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen. 3 minutes away. Here we go. So we got 200 people watching on Kick. We did have like almost 2,000 on Rumble until it crashed. I'm still watching my Rumble stream, which is really weird. So that's, I don't understand that one, but I'm still watching it. So Rumble still works for me. But the chat is completely dead. We're pushing 5,000 here on YouTube. Let's make it happen. T-minus 2 minutes to go. And, let me see. Let me message my group chat real quick. Let's see. All right. We're getting ready. I'm typing in the chat, so I'm telling you guys in the chat, like, if other channels pull their stream, let me know. So if any of these other channels that are on YouTube, if they pull their stream, I need to be notified. I don't think my channel's big enough to be like in the upper echelon of the channels they're worried about, but I'm just going to be curious about places like Tim and other channels that are bigger. Colonel Douche Nozzle with a 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, Kelly R with a $47 super chat. It says, gag orders be damned. Let's get this on. And Gavin Newsom has destroyed California. Absolutely. Thank you, Kelly R. Kevin with a $100 super chat and says, swig of water for the working man. Let's go. Legalize adulthood with 20 gifted memberships. You guys are crazy, man. Here we go. All right, the countdown. We are less than a minute away from the 2024 presidential debate. In one corner, we have 6'3", 215 pounds, no body fat, ripped, shredded, chiseled from rock, President Donald Trump. Peak male physical performance. President Trump. In the other corner, he may have dementia. He may not be running this country. He may have pooped his pants. But he's got Big Mike and Little Barry in his corner and all of CNN, Joe Biden. That's your matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Let's get this party started. Legalize adulthood with the proper 199. Let's go.
We're live from Georgia, a key battleground state in the race for the White House. In just moments, the current U.S. president will debate the former U.S. president as their party's presumptive nominees, a first in American history.
Can you guys hear it okay?
We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world to our studios in Atlanta. This is the CNN presidential debate.
This debate is being produced by CNN and is coming to you live on CNN, CNN International, CNN.com, CNN Max, and CNN Espanol. This is a pivotal moment between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump in their rematch for the nation's highest office. Each will make his case to the American people with just over 4 months until Election Day. Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union. Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is to facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the rules of the debate with the audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determined their positions. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer a question and 1 minute each for responses and rebuttals. An additional minute for follow-up, clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult.
I just want to remind everybody that I am going to be pausing and making this as transformative as possible. I do not know if CNN is going to take this down. If they do, I'm live on Kick and I'm live on Twitter and I was live on Rumble, but Rumble has been taken down. So I just need everybody to understand that that is what I'm going to be doing.
The 46th president of the United States, Joe Biden.
He's already pooped his pants.
Folks, how are you? Great to be here. Thank you.
And please welcome the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump.
Let's go!
Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
Biden.
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president, what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people.
He's already gone. He's already gone. He's not going to last 90 minutes. This is bad. Holy shit.
We're dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%.
Wow.
It was terrible.
He
and so
sounds
what we had to do is try
awful.
to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month.
Dude, he's not well.
The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units.
You're right.
We're going to make sure we cap
Somebody in the chat said he doesn't blink. I don't think he's blinking.
Rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was
There
left
goes.
with in corporate greed is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we now
we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year.
This is so bad.
And we're going to make that available to everybody.
He had the
so
answers,
we're working to bring down
or
the
he had
prices
the questions.
on the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates. That was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce-back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world.
Anybody that lived here?
The fact of the matter is that we find ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce-back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months, and then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both
Biden
of your
has no idea where
the
he's
national
at.
debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore.
Get him,
we're like
Trump.
a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period.
Is anyone else having issues on YouTube? Are other streamers still streaming on YouTube? I just want to confirm and make sure. Again, I'm going to have to pause this from time to time to add commentary to make this transformative. If that makes you mad, I totally understand, but I got to keep the fucking stream up. So there's not going to be a stream up if I don't do that. So I have to pause. So are other streams doing fine? Are they still up? Other streamers covering this? Biden is gone. Okay, I can't believe how bad he sounded when this thing started. And watch as this goes along, because I'm wondering if CNN's not going to show him on camera when there's either questions being asked or something like that, because he looks completely lost whenever that happens.
Number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system.
What?
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected.
Look at Biden.
They don't
Look
like
at him.
us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade.
Biden was talking.
This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that. and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out.
Look at him.
If you look at Ohio,
Look at
it was
him.
a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing.
Holy shit.
Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions.
Look at him.
Rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you.
Trump's just a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered.
Trump is dominating this.
Went to the funeral.
And it's by being simply presidential.
She was murdered by
and
by
Biden is gone.
Coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters. It's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. Consider the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country.
Get him, Trump.
And they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted it brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that.
Why
That's
was
not
he
the
able to
circumstance.
interrupt Trump?
Only
Why is
woman's
he
life
able to
is in
interrupt
danger,
Trump?
She's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen.
Look how
but
angry
we are not
he
for
is.
late-term abortion, period. Period, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch.
Just cut
overwhelming
Trump
border
off.
states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we can do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Oh,
Look,
my God!
we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in his administration.
What?
Kill 3 American soldiers. Kill 3 American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history.
I think he did call him
unquote.
Brandon.
I
need a replay on that one, chat. Did he call him Brandon?
In America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades. And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world, and it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these three incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and he just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places.
That's true. That is 100%
our veterans
true.
are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved, choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did, and I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our
Trump
border.
is on fire. Fire emojis in the chat.
It's a very sad day.
Trump is on fire.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general.
God, this is hard to listen to, man. This is hard to listen to.
My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker.
He never said that.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up.
Mm-hmm. You've messed up, Joe.
Taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now
angry
are in
and
their
bitter.
The only
Angry and bitter.
we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families.
Angry and
equip
bitter.
them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right. Thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of
Trump
foreign
is
policy. I want to
owning
begin
him.
with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. and they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country.
Yes, it was.
That when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned, and so he's got no love lost. But he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine, never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
Trump is crushing it.
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops.
Speaking of brain damage,
about it. Recently, not when he was president, they attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is.
Malarkey.
He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish. Kyiv, and he in fact didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done, and they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never
said
that.
For 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
Acceptable. No, they're not acceptable.
Hell
look,
yeah.
This
Do
is
it,
a
Trump.
war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear.
So is Barack
He
Obama.
wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus?
It didn't happen under Trump.
Countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel.
This is rough, man. This is tough.
One Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. You're going to stay in NATO? You're going to pull out of NATO. The idea that our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time. And they said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters
nobody cares
that
about
day,
January 6th.
Some of them stormed the Capitol to stop
Jesus.
the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it, too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
She did.
President
That's
Biden?
a fact. That's a fact.
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up in the Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court. And they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He didn't do a damn thing. And these people should be in jail. And they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that there could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden.
Oh, my
President Trump?
God, dude.
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that. They saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing. The Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at.
There we go. There we go.
What he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by.
Stand down. He said stand down.
These guys?
Jesus
You denounce
Christ.
the people we're talking about now? You denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor, having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. Well, you want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, for having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about?
What the fuck?
You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam, and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again. until I saw what happened.
I see you, Willie Will. I see you, brother.
People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother.
What is he talking about?
They said, what do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones he said, I think they're fine people on both sides. What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same man?
That was just debunked a couple of days ago, finally, after 7 years.
This is the guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are.
This is a bad look for Biden. This is a bad look for Biden.
Sense of American democracy.
This is a bad look for Biden.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out, because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on that story. He just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden?
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
Okay, so I think we can catch up. All right, I've got us up to real time. Now. We were a little behind. Video will play after ad. Why is that showing up? Anyway, but looks like we're caught up. So good to go on that front. Thank you guys for being here. 7,000 people. And Trump is absolutely dominating this. And he's dominating for multiple reasons. He's dominating because he is just handling himself very calm, very cool, very collected, like he always does. But Biden's body language is absolutely horrendous. His body language is, I mean, it's unbelievable how bad his body language is. I can't believe it, to be honest with you. Let me go back to this view right here just for a moment while we're waiting for that to pop back up. But yeah, I can't believe how bad his body language is. And these are the things that are going to play on social media after the fact, is Biden's body language and how he just stands there, looks completely confused. He's showing anger. He's being unhinged, and he's mumbling. Nothing he's saying is actually making sense. The whole thing is a complete fucking shit show for Joe Biden. Thank you, Blackguard, for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, Blackguard for the 10, Willie Will for the 20, and everybody else that's here. I really do appreciate you. Thank you for being here. It is looking like I can get away with, not adding a ton of commentary, so I'll do that after the fact. So we're going to keep letting this go for as long as we can. And Rumble is back up and running. Kick, we are live on Rumble, Kick, Twitter, and YouTube. So wherever you choose to watch, it is appreciated. Thank you. And thank you to the new subscribers of the channel as well. Normally, I do have a different camera, but I'm rolling with my cheap webcam because we run a really high quality production here at CobraCast 199. Simply the best. And but we will see how this whole thing goes. But what a nightmare for Joe Biden. This is bad. This is really bad. Oof. Yeah, this is worse than I thought it would be, because Biden's mannerisms, and I'll be honest, I can't believe CNN is keeping the camera on him. I can't believe that. But they're keeping the camera on him, which is very shocking to me because whenever that camera is on Joe Biden, it's not good. Now, we are about 90 minutes. We're 60 minutes. We're 60 minutes into this debate right now. We're at the final 30 minutes, which is probably going to be maybe the worst for Joe Biden.
CNN presidential debate live from Georgia. Let's talk about persistent challenges you both faced in your first terms and you'd certainly face again in a second term. President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned
Thank you for that
5
super
times
chat.
the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made
You
a lot
said
of progress, number one.
FJB, that is
Fact of the
all.
matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number 2, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number 3, we're providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out.
We're
of
in the
their
final
houses.
30 minutes.
In addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family, first-time home buyer, should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who provided had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest was forgiven after 10 years.
Drugs are wearing
Millions
off.
have benefited from that.
Drugs are wearing
we're gonna
off.
do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you,
Holy
President
shit.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right. It's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President
Trump
Biden.
is on fire.
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy. Absolutely decimated the economy.
Show that anger,
That's
Joe.
why there was no
Show that
inflation
anger, Joe.
At the time, there were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered. The ACA has increased. I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again. and they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a
What are you talking about?
To make it. There's a lot going on. But in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump.
That's
Almost
right.
Every police group.
That's right.
And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening.
That's
but when
right.
they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job. Great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
38 seconds
Home
left.
run right
President
there.
Trump,
Home
will you
run.
take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges. I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have those. They don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing what any white student can do. They just have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water. He hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion. And China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage, I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
Let's go.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who who are not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to, the United States can't get its pollution under control? One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps where thousands of young people will learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for.
This is so embarrassing.
I made sure every company in the world.
By the way, the Border Patrol Union tweeted out, the official Border Patrol Union, to be clear, we have never and will never endorse Biden.
To make ends meet for many older Americans, Social
Over
Security
100,000 likes on Twitter.
Lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
Yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time of the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I've been proposing that everybody, the millionaires pay 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent. But the biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare, both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And on the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. The only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where I talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition.
Dude, this is so bad.
He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He could look you in the face. About so many other things, too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates you talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put him there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody.
Yeah, exactly.
He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from
Get him, Trump.
mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He's the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Biden.
We're the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody, number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up or go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history.
I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did.
That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care, he did virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you, and they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about. He's increased the tariff. He will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming in the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that are important. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he's somehow helped the middle class. The middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are at the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden.
You lost.
Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling?
He's talking about what he knows the people need to hear
about. We were
about.
doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, "Don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically." No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say it's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter. I think a good guy. And he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago. But
Good
Putin's
answer.
probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips. We used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States, and guess what? Those fabs they call to build these chips. Those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions.
What are you?
$40 billion.
I don't even know what he's talking about
right now in the United States.
What is he talking about?
Jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I've never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places.
He already forgot the question.
All our problems and all our opportunities.
Trump knows
We're
it.
the most
Trump knows
country
it.
in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word.
Trump knows it.
Everybody trusts us. All of our allies and our those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, who he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they'd never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 225 pounds, or 235 pounds.
What?
Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what you. Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving
Did he just
contest
fall for
now.
the meme? Did he just fall for the
when I
meme?
was vice president.
It's
down to
6'3", 215, Joe.
And by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie. He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah. Never.
But I had, how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay, let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to turn.
Let's not act like children.
A specific concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself.
Great answer,
I
Trump.
wouldn't be under indictment.
Great
because
answer,
I wouldn't
Trump.
have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president.
Great answer.
That I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III. And we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want
Great
a World
answer.
War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all, a required response. The idea.
Look at his
I can't
eyes.
think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games.
Hell
he took
yeah.
nothing from me.
Hell yeah.
But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked.
President Trump, the question was, will you accept
He already
the
fucking
results
answered
of the
it,
election,
bitch.
regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN
Trump wanted to answer.
Debate, live from Georgia.
So there we go. Find my mouse here. Okay, so I just tweeted out that this is a bloodbath because it absolutely is a bloodbath. This is a brutal beatdown right here. I just tweeted it out. This is a bloodbath. Trump 2024, because it absolutely is a bloodbath. So this has been fantastic to witness. It really has. And there's been, like, the optics for Biden have been awful in this. This has absolutely been detrimental to Biden. This has been awful for him. The body language, the faces, the mumbling, the anger, all of that. None of this has played well for Biden. Not one single bit of this. And Trump has been cool, calm, collective, answering very clearly, giving good answers with substance. And Biden has seemed angry. And let's just look at this from a normie standpoint, like a person that's in the middle, a person like, again, I don't know who's still in the middle. I don't know who in the year 2024 still needs to say, yeah, I need to get a little more information on that Trump guy. I really don't know what more information you need to understand that Joe Biden is a disaster to this country and that Donald Trump is the greatest president of our lifetime. I don't know what else you need, but there are people out there for some weird reason that are in the middle that have not made up their mind. And if you're looking at this, and if you're someone that didn't have a strong feeling one way or the other going into this, there's no way you can walk away from this thinking Joe Biden is a good vote. There's no way. There's no way you can walk away thinking that that Joe Biden guy really has it together. You can't do it. It's impossible. This is a massive, massive beatdown. And it's not even that Trump has done a lot outside of just, and I think he knew that. I think Trump needed to come in here and be calm and be cool, and which he always is, and just give clear, eloquent answers and not get caught up in any BS and let Joe essentially just destroy himself, which is what he did because everything was stacked against Trump. Everything from the muting of the microphones to no audience to the delay that was reported out there. I don't know if that was true or not, but everything was stacked against Trump. And he walked in here and he took it for exactly what it was. And I told you, what did I say? In the mid-90s, if you were going to tie one hand behind Michael Jordan's back, he was still going to find a way to win. And that's what Trump's doing right now. You're not going to beat Trump. If he gets there, if he gets his moment, he's going to outshine his opponent in one way or the other. And he has done that with flying colors tonight. It's not even close. It's not even close. So we're still on commercial break right now. And let's see. The muting of the mic actually works in Trump's favor. Probably. And I see you guys. I see the corrector with the your first super chat ever for $99.99. Thank you so much. My first super chat ever. The idea there's going to be another debate is as dead as the demon Jill married. This time, the line is fucking surreal. Hyperion is the greatest book series ever, and fuck CNN. I'll get to the rest here in just a minute.
It is now time for the candidates
to
deliver their closing statements as predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term.
Oh, shit.
We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit, number one. He's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, when, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along, it's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump,
that
you
wasn't
now have
2
2
minutes
for your closing statement.
That wasn't 2 minutes.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden. Stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
Let's see what happens here. I want to see what happens here. Are they gonna shake hands? Are they gonna talk? What's gonna happen here? I want to see what happens. Come on. This is they cut the feed. Damn it.
The president and former president making their way.
Jill had to go out there. All right. Yes, Trump walks off. Trump didn't need any help. Trump walks off by himself. Didn't need the doctor to come out there. Wow. That was something. That was something right there. Man, oh man, oh man. I don't care to hear what CNN has to say, to be honest. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Krista, do we have, are we going to have anybody joining us? Let me know and I can switch over to the other screen if we're going to have anybody join us to talk about all of this. And what a crazy, I do want to hear what CNN has to say, actually. I do. I just want to hear if they actually are going to lie or not.
And it continues right now. It involves party strategists. It involves elected officials. It involves fundraisers. And they're having conversations about the president's performance, which they think was dismal, which they think will hurt other people down the party in the ticket. And they're having conversations about what they should do about it. Some of those conversations include, should we go to the White House and ask the president to step aside? Other of the conversations are about, should prominent Democrats go public with that call? Because they feel this debate was so terrible. They do say, in moments in the debate later, the president got better and got his footing, but then at the end, even his closing statement was a little halting. The contrast between the two candidates. Let me be clear.
Jover.
None of them, and a lot of Republicans,
Jover.
don't think Donald Trump had a great night. Donald Trump broke the fact-check machine more than I can count tonight.
Oh, get the fuck
that
out
will
of
be on the
here.
record as we go forward. He refused to answer some very specific and direct questions about his conduct, about January 6th and what all. So that will be dealt with out there. And sometimes there's a parallel universe between the political elites and the American people. It'd be nice to see what the voters say. But I can tell you, it started minutes in. It started with the first couple of answers, and it has continued throughout the night from a, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God, to what do we do about this? And it involves very senior people in the Democratic Party, including...
This is what I said. Did I not say this? I predicted this. I predicted this. This is them getting rid of Joe Biden. This is their fucking moment. I've been saying this. I've been saying that this was their moment. If Joe Biden performed terribly, this was going to be them saying, we got to get this guy gone. I fucking said it. I said it before the stream even started. I said that was going to happen. This was their plan. Let's get some people in here. Do you guys want a Jay appearance? Do you want Jay here in the house? I think we're going to get Jay in here. Give me just a minute. Let me get all of this switched over. Let's see here. I don't know if that's... All right, I've got to go to BRB just for a minute to get everything set up. I'll be right back in like less than a minute. Then I've got to hide the content window. And let's see. And then I got to hide my Elgato. And Jay is here. What's up, brother?
What's good?
How you doing, man?
Holy crap. What was that?
That was awful, dude. It was truly awful in every single way. And here, now you can see this.
Of serving for another 4 years.
You're not back.
For president. That was job number one.
Yeah,
I actually think he scored a bunch of points. I think.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm watching.
Yeah, you're watching. Yeah, we're back.
Stuff. He did score a bunch of points on issues like abortion, for example, on some of the economic issues. But there is a feeling. I think there was a sense of shock, actually, at how he came out at the beginning of this debate. How his voice.
CNN is basically doing the work right now. Yeah, this is awful. Okay, Jay. What do you think about this, dude? What are your thoughts? I'm gonna go refill my water really quick, and I'll be right back. You talk to the chat.
You're not gonna leave this.
I'm gonna leave you. No. So I'm gonna leave you with the 10,000 people watching though.
I know.
Tell them to subscribe to your channel. I'll be right back. Talk to him, Jay.
Subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm almost at 100K. So this actually made me very sad for our nation. The fact that there was someone in charge that is incoherent, that cannot complete sentences, that doesn't know where he is, that is rambling, and as of right now, technically he is in charge. My God, if we have a major emergency or something, that is what is going to lead us. Like that I think that's makes me more nervous and scared than anything else. Like I cannot believe that they had let me bring it in. What I'm looking for in a leader is someone that has courage, someone that could look
All right, I'm back.
that can look in the face of a lion, someone that has no fear, someone that that can hold his own when the pressure's on. That's what we need in charge of this country. Someone that can hold their own when the pressure's on. The fact that he was here, the fact that they had to whittle down these rules to help Biden, it shows that he is not fit to lead the once greatest nation in the entire world. Mic up, Jay. Jay's low volume. How's that? Is that better? That better? Is that better? There, I turned it up. It is it is scary that this is nothing. Turn it up. What the heck? I turned it up as loud as I can. Volume
There.
fine, can't hear you.
Oh my God, StreamYards is just so stupid. So here we go. Sorry about that. All right, we're back. We're back. So I don't know what you're talking about, Jay, but I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. But StreamYards just kicked me and it wouldn't pick up my devices, so I was all fucked up. But we're back, and listen, Joe Biden's done. It's over. They're going to get rid of him. That's my prediction right now. They're going to get rid of Joe Biden. I don't think there's any way that this is now you see CNN's running with the narrative now. He's done. He's done. They're going to get rid of him. And guess who was there tonight, Jay? Guess who was in attendance and guess who got a lot of the features?
Oh, Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom was there. Gavin Newsom is going to, I'm telling you, let me share my screen again really quick because this is all they're talking about right here. Look at this. Dems say we have a problem after Biden performance. I have been saying that they were going to do this. I have been saying this. I've been saying I hope that I'm not right. This is what they're going to do. They are going to get rid of Joe Biden. It's over. It's over.
Yeah. That I mean, of course. Like that's what I was saying before you got on was I am more afraid of what is happening now because the fact that the person that is in charge of this country can't even put a sentence together without mumbling or wondering where he's at. And the fact that, like I said, I'm looking for a leader, someone to lead this freaking country. To lead, you have to be courageous. You have to be bold. You have to take the pressure. The fact that CNN did everything in their power to make the current president comfortable, like feel okay, whatever. No. That ain't it, man. To lead the once greatest country in the entire world, you have to be willing to step into the lion's den and walk out with a smile. You have to. Everybody's gunning for America. Everybody knows like we're the best, the freedom, all that stuff. Everybody wants our money. You have got to be able to stand strong. If you cannot even debate a man in front of an audience because it might mess you up, you cannot be in charge. You cannot be in charge. You cannot make decisions. It literally doesn't know. The Border Patrol thing was beautiful. He literally says the Border Patrol endorsed me, and they had to go on social media to say we ain't do that, and we will never do that. What is this dude talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it's like he has no idea what is going on. And you're absolutely right. These people on this CNN panel are crying and wetting their pants right now. They know it's over.
They know it.
know it is completely over.
I personally think that this is all part of their plan. Like I said earlier before the stream, or during the stream before the debate, I said that the plan. I didn't say it was like 100%, but I was like, my prediction would be that if Biden is going to perform terribly, they're going to use this as a way to get rid of him. I didn't know if that was like 100% the plan, but I have been saying I do not think Biden's going to be the nominee, and now I firmly believe he is not going to be the nominee, and I think it's going to be Gavin Newsom. I 100% believe it's Gavin Newsom.
We've been saying Newsom for a while.
It was either Gavin Newsom or another dude, Big Mike. It was me, one of those two dudes, and I think it's Gavin Newsom. And that to me,
that's scary because
that is very scary.
When I've watched Gavin Newsom speak, I have never seen a man that could look directly into the camera and just make stuff up off a whim and deliver it so eloquently, I guess, if that's the right way to say it. That guy is worse. I think that guy would be worse than Joe Biden if you had to pick one of the two. Look at California. It is just filled with homeless people. People are leaving by the thousands. Everything is super high over there. Sorry for my people in California living there. Dude, I cannot believe what I saw on this. You're right. Joe Biden fell for the meme and started talking about his golf swing. And in every aspect of every question, Trump kept his cool, and he just said he literally was. The January 6 questions are such BS. It is so stupid. And it's like the fact that they try to drill him on that, like, hey, it's your fault. And then it hit. Oh, that guy's a convicted felon. We knew that. That's part of their talking points, all that stuff. It's embarrassing. Dude, this guy, Jeremy, if some country attacks us or something like that in the next month, this is the guy that's going to lead us? Are you freaking kidding me? Like, he needs to be sitting in an easy chair somewhere else, not standing on the stage. This is scary to me. I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was like this bad. This is like next level. Like, dude, even Trump, I know we laugh at it. I know we freaking laugh at it, but this is insane that this is the person leading our country. He doesn't even know where he is. He can't say a sentence. He just mumbles about stuff. Who knows what? His wife had to come get him to walk him off the stage. And it's like, holy crap.
But here's the thing, Jay. Here's the thing. This is exactly what we've wanted, but they are twisting it to what they have wanted, because we have wanted Joe Biden to embarrass himself on a national stage in front of tens of millions of people for a long time, and he just did it. And Trump is going to surge in the polls with the independents and the people in the middle after this. He's going to surge, but the Democrats are going to push him out because ultimately he's not running this country. He hasn't been running this country. He hasn't been running this country since day one. Barack Obama is running this country. Joe Biden's not doing shit. But I think they found out tonight that there's no way he can get to the finish line to get to the election. They know that he can't do it. After tonight, it's over. They cannot convince people to vote for this guy. They can't do it.
Not even close.
So it's just this was ugly.
I honestly think, I know Trump was on fire and he kicked his butt in every single question. I honestly think you or me could have done just as well. That's how bad Joe Biden was.
No, yeah. No, Joe.
It just was awful.
Yes. Because Joe, he knew Joe was going to ruin himself. That's why he just let him ruin himself tonight. That's what he did.
100%. 100. It wasn't even close. And I agree with you. Excuse me. Independents, people that didn't know, people that might be watching the debate the first time, they're like, "What? That guy is leading our country?"
Dude, look at this.
That guy.
One of the biggest Twitter accounts right here, Juju. He's right here. And he shares this right here. Look at this. It's got 165,000 likes.
with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President.
Holy shit, dude. Holy crap. That is awful. That is awful.
With
One more
COVID,
time.
with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President.
And you know what's perfect? And this is where Trump is so fucking good. He knew to look over at him in that moment.
Of course.
Because he's a master. He is a Jedi master at taking full advantage of this. The dude just knows how to take advantage of any situation. But again, this is a Twitter account that goes viral all the time. And this account has it's got 166,000 likes right now.
Yeah, that's the thing too. It's like even the CNN, like their shenanigans with the camera work too. When Biden was all like this was Biden all night.
Yeah, it was so bad. Holy
and then
crap.
they would take the camera off him when he started like drooling.
All right,
he wasn't talking. And then he's like, and then his response was, "This sucker's a liar, and that damn guy, what the hell is he talking about?" He sounds like a grumpy old man yelling at people to get off his lawn. You know, you don't talk that way when you want to lead the once powerful nation in the world. Like, you don't talk like that. You just don't be like, "That damn guy, what the hell is he talking about?" You don't talk like that. Trump,
it's awful.
Listen, Trump has a colorful dialect. When he wants it, he stood there, man, and just like smiled and let this guy like bury himself. It's crazy, man. Like I was blown away what I saw. And CNN did everything in their power to try to gotcha Trump. Hey, January 6th was your fault and all that stuff. And it didn't matter.
Yep.
It didn't matter.
It did not matter at all. Krista is calling for your best memes tonight, Twitter. So if you guys want to go send Krista your best memes from tonight, I don't know if she'll even come in here and say hello to everybody. She gets nervous in front of a big audience. Krista, you want to say hi? Hello, Krista. Right. She's too scared, probably. Nope, she's not. She told me anytime there's a lot of people watching, she gets nervous. So you can show her your best memes of tonight. Twitter's crazy right now. Twitter's on fire.
I don't even want to look.
Dude, look.
It's embarrassing.
I got accounts that I've never seen even talking about this stuff that are doing it now. Look, that's XQC that's reacting. I don't know who this person is, but he just said Donald Trump just cooked Joe Biden.
And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of this. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look.
Holy shit, dude. Trump. It's so subtle. It's so subtle how he does it. Holy shit, dude.
At the end of that sentence, I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons.
I'm retweeting that one. I'm retweeting.
I might share something, but guys, please don't punish me. But this is Jake Future. Jake Future is a special needs streamer.
Yeah,
he's a special. That's why
he's always
I love
on
him.
He's always on Aiden Ross's stream.
Me and Jake relate, just so you know. And this is what he had to say.
Why is talking so slow? He's talking like it.
Sorry, Jack.
I love Jake. By the way, you brought me in when I was going to grab a snack and water.
Okay. Oh my God.
Hi.
I can't. Hi, Krista.
Sorry.
No, I gotta see it again.
You want me to pull it back up? All right, hold on. It's Jake Future, everyone.
I was not prepared for that.
Why he's talking so slow? Here we go.
Why are you talking so slow?
Joe Biden?
He's talking like he.
Sadly, he has more subscribers than I do, so I don't want to hear it.
Woo! Holy shit.
He has more views than I do on his live stream.
Bro, Twitter is going insane right now.
When you tell me to go on Twitter, that's the first thing I see. Freaking Jake Future reacting. You get QVC, I get Jake Future. What the freak?
Oh my goodness.
You want to know? I'm not seeing any pro Biden stuff like, yeah, he did okay. Like, you know, he did what, oh my God.
No, you're not. So Van Jones of CNN is essentially calling for Biden to drop out.
I just want to speak from my heart. I love that guy. That's a good man.
Wow.
Oh,
he loves his country. He's doing the best that he can.
This is it right here.
He had a test to meet tonight to restore confidence of the country and of the base, and he failed to do that. And I think there's a lot of people who are going to want to see him consider taking a different course now. We're still far from our convention, and there is time for this party to figure out a different way forward if he will allow us to do that. But that was not what we needed from Joe Biden, and it's personally painful for a lot of people. It's not just panic.
This is all part of the plan, man. This is all part of the plan.
Hey, Van Jones. Joe Biden called people that looked like you super predators and locked more black people in jail during his time. What was he in the Senate? Than any other race. But hey, you love that man, right?
Yep.
He's done a lot, right? He's done a lot. Just remember, he thinks people that look like you are super predators. That was his term. I'm just saying, but hey, but you love that guy, right? You love him.
And I want to show this. Benny Johnson tweeted this out, and this is to fact check CNN and Joe Biden and their lies. But this is what President Trump said on January 6th, right here. Twitter did take this down within 5 minutes, and this is right around the time they banned his entire account. This is the thing that President Trump said that was so controversial.
I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election. And everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great home in peace.
Such a terrible thing for the president of the United States to say. Go home and go home in peace. That's apparently calling for violence, according to the Democrats, the left, and Twitter back in the day. And I'm sitting here right now in front of, we've got 6,300 people watching on YouTube. Thank you guys for being here. We are in front of over 1,200 on Rumble. I don't know how many people are watching on Twitter, a lot. And of course, we got Kick. Gavin Newsom, in my opinion, my prediction is that Gavin Newsom will be the Democratic nominee for 2024. That is my prediction. And I don't think that you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube now. Tonight was exactly what they wanted to happen in terms of they needed an excuse to push Biden out, and they got their excuse tonight. Gavin Newsom's going to be the nominee. Biden is live? What do you mean Biden is live?
No way.
There's no way Biden's live. Where's Biden live at? Is Biden live right now? Somebody just said, one person said
People are
Biden's
like,
live.
Jay, Biden didn't say that. In 1994, he wrote a crime bill where he talked about super predators. You could look it up. Trust me. Or not. Look it up.
All right, they're saying he's talking to the news right now. Like, what? I mean, where? I don't. Hang on. I've got a bunch of tabs pulled up, so I'm trying to find anything he's. Okay. Get out of that. Talk, Jay. Buy me some time here.
while he's looking for that, there is a photo going around of Joe Biden during the debate. It's exactly what he looked. That's exactly what he looked like.
That is what. That is pretty much
Sweet
it right
Jesus,
here.
help us all, man.
Is this live right now? I'm trying to see if this is live right now.
I mean, I think fundamentally, I think a lot of Americans saw Donald Trump they recognized tonight, right? His mannerisms, his quickness in his response, and as you talked about, lies and information that was incorrect. Unfortunately, they all
talked about the most, the fact that that is the biggest contrast, February 6th, and said that Donald Trump was holding a watch party.
Anything. You know, he's not the first president who's had.
I guess that's what they were talking about. So
quickly to lie.
Okay, well, I'll keep an eye on stuff.
Dang,
Go
look
ahead,
at
Jay.
this. Like, Stephen A. Smith. So y'all finally want to stop arguing about me and Biden now? Have your fears now been confirmed? He tags Big Mike.
Of course
and the
he
vice
did.
president. Somebody, please help. Man, did you ever think that they would put Michelle Obama in?
Yes,
instead of
yes.
Gavin Newton.
I think
Gavin
Michelle Obama is.
Newton?
I think Michelle Obama is definitely an option for them, but I think that Gavin Newsom is a more realistic option. But Joe Biden's not going to be the nominee. I do not think so.
If they were to pull him, when would they pull him? Like so
I mean, what they would do, in my opinion, what they would do is so essentially the reason Gavin Newsom's there tonight, and this is all just this is me just speculating about what I think is going to happen. Gavin Newsom is going to be there tonight. Essentially, what's going to happen is there will be a discussion. They're going to let the discussion happen for a few weeks, and then kind of see what the polling is, because that's really going to be the true test. And the polling numbers are going to be horrific for Joe Biden. And then, as you heard Van Jones talking about how Joe Biden's such a great man. I love that man. He's such a powerful man. And if you heard Van Jones, he said, if he will allow it. He said that, talking about Joe Biden. If Joe Biden will allow it, maybe before the convention we can do something different. It will be Joe Biden's decision in terms of the optics of this. Joe Biden will make the decision, and it will all be about Gavin has been there for me through thick and thin, and Gavin has, Gavin and I have talked, and he is the person that I am choosing to take this country forward. And he spoke to me about all of his plans. It's going to be those type of optics right there.
Of course.
That's it.
Absolutely. This is one of, see, you got me on Twitter. I was trying to stay off. This is great. This came in before the debate. I don't know if you shared it. This was not during. This was before. He said Biden claimed this morning that congressional Republicans have blocked his hiring of thousands of Border Patrol agents. In reality, Republicans have actually funded more agents in recent operations. An operations bill in spite of Biden, not because of him. We wish Donald Trump luck tonight in the debate and hope he has enough time to point out all the ways Biden's border policies have failed. Holy crap, dude.
Yep.
Biden literally said on stage that they endorsed him.
Yeah,
he said that on the
and
stage. What the heck, dude?
Uh-oh, here we go. So MSNBC now has a comment. Let's hear what MSNBC has to say. Here we go.
That said, I, too, was on the phone throughout much of the debate with Obama world people, with Democrats, with people who are political operatives, with campaign operatives. My phone really never stopped buzzing throughout. And the universal reaction was somewhere approaching panic. The people who were texting with me were very concerned about President Biden seeming extremely feeble, seeming extremely weak. And, I'll just reiterate what I said earlier. President Biden had one job tonight, and it was one primary job. And, yes, it was to litigate Donald Trump's, criminality and all of those things. But he had to settle his own party. He needed to settle Democrats. Democrats, you know, they always talk about Democrats are bedwetters and Democrats are always panicking. Yes, Democrats are always.
How did we go from Joe Biden is the greatest president of our entire existence, and he is running circles around Donald Trump, and he is so fit to be president? How did we go from that narrative to, in the snap of a finger, suddenly the entire mainstream media is all on the same page, and they all seem to think that Joe Biden is weak, and he doesn't know what he's doing, and he doesn't know where he's at, and apparently everybody involved in the Democratic Party just found this out tonight, apparently. Tonight is the night that they found out what every fucking body else already knew. If anybody actually believes this, you are an idiot. This is all part of the plan. Holy shit.
Always panicking. They're always scared, right? They're always thinking they're going to lose. Like, Democrats are very pessimistic. This is just
neurotic.
Who they are. They're neurotic. But Joe Biden's job was to reassure them tonight. His job was to calm his party, to make them feel that, yes, I can do this. I have 4 more years in me. I have the ability and the stamina and the strength to do 4 more years. He did not do that. He did the opposite of that. He made them more panicked. The people who were texting me were even more panicked. They actually expected it to be better than it was. And now they're in I won't say a full-fledged panic, but it's getting there.
This is all part of the plan. This is all part of the plan. Like, they're not even trying to hide it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, they weren't even. That is unbelievable.
They're not even trying to hide it. Holy crap!
I think they will do that. I think they'll make it. But will they do it in a way where Trump will get a debate with the new guy? Or
yes.
No, they'll just.
Well, I mean, Trump would have to agree to it, but yeah, I mean, what I want to know is,
this is like House of Cards type crap, man.
Dude, that's why I say House of Cards is one of the greatest television shows of all time, except for that last season. That last season was horrific.
Yeah.
It was horrifically bad.
The last season of Game of Thrones.
Yeah. It was that bad. It was that bad, actually. I'm astonished at how they're all owning it. They're all owning it. They're not even trying to.
Yeah,
they're not trying to do anything.
Not even try to find one little positive out of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Or say, like, maybe he had a cold, or maybe he was something. I don't know. Something was going on, but yeah, it could be quicker than we realize. I mean,
well, and here's what's funny is, like, no one with a working brain is mentioning that Kamala Harris could be the replacement, because that would even be worse for the poll numbers. That would be even worse.
Did you play Dom's tweet where he says, "Breaking news: CNN just announced that Democrats are trying to figure out a way to replace Joe Biden"?
Who? Don Jr.?
No, Dom.
Oh, Dom who?
How do you say? I don't know how to say his last name. Black guy, Dom, who's always tweeting stuff.
Don Lemon?
I'll bring it up.
Dom Luker?
Luker, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like Dom Luker. Yeah, he follows me on Twitter. Okay. I was like, who are you talking about?
I remember Dom.
Dom's awesome, but I was like, I didn't know who you're talking about. By the way,
I almost said Dom Lecrae.
By the way, my boy, I don't know if he's here. My boy Dom H. I know he had a stream tonight, and I was wanting to stop by, and I didn't get a chance. So if somebody can clip this, I'm in front of like 10,000 people right now, Dom H., and I'm giving you a shout out, brother. I didn't get a chance to get over there, so I'm sorry, Dom H. Next time, I appreciate you, though, and thank you for all of your support, man. And by the way, this young man on my stream, Drunk 3PO, if you're looking for Star Wars content, you need to subscribe to his channel. We need to get him to 90,000 subscribers. Drunk 3PO
Almost
on
there.
YouTube, right there. As a matter of fact, let me put the names up there so you can get a little bit of notoriety there. There we go. There we go.
Get a little clout.
Yeah. So anyway, you guys are so we're not going anywhere. I was planning, and I know Dan Vask was asking me to play Fortnite with him, but there's no way. There's no way. We got a lot of super chats to get through. There's a lot of people still here. So we're going to continue to discuss this, though, and continue to discuss everything going on. There's still like 6,000, 7,000 people here, whatever. So thank you guys, whether you're watching on YouTube, whether you're watching on Rumble, Twitter, Kick. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. But this is the fallout of this is pretty wild. And I guess I wasn't expecting this. I was not expecting this.
What were you expecting, though?
I was expecting... No, here's what... I was expecting a Trump victory, no doubt. What I'm saying, yeah. I wasn't expecting the media to turn on Biden quickly. Like, this is a crazy turn, man. This is a crazy turn. I was not expecting that quick of a turn. So, I'm a little shocked. Now, again, if you've been watching me for any significant amount of time, you know that I have been consistently predicting that I do not think Joe Biden is going to be the nominee. I've been saying that for over a year. I've been saying that for over a year consistently. I have also been saying, I hope I'm wrong. I've said that consistently. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. He's not going to be the nominee. And you're seeing the media doing exactly what needs to be done because they're all in this together. The media's job is to not act like that. The media's job is to be objective and say, tonight was a bad night for Joe Biden and a good night for Donald Trump. That's what they're supposed to say based on what we saw. They're not supposed to say, this is very concerning, ladies and gentlemen. What are we going to do? That is not what the media has ever supposed to do.
They're trying to put fear in people, saying the election's lost. People,
yes,
all hell is coming down. The asteroid's coming. We got to replace them. Let's go. Like this. This was the clip.
Yep.
It's only 30 seconds, but here we go.
Minutes into the debate, and it continues right now. It involves party strategists. It involves elected officials. It involves fundraisers. And they're having conversations about the president's performance, which they think was dismal, which they think will hurt other people down the party in the ticket. And they're having conversations about what they should do about it. Some of those conversations include, should we go to the White House, ask the president to step aside? Other of the conversations are about, should prominent Democrats go public with that call?
Wow.
No. You know what that means? You know what that means? The prominent Democrats going public. Do you know what happens now? Okay? As somebody that's been saying this is going to happen for a while, Michelle Obama and Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris are all going to publicly support Joe Biden right now to battle this narrative that the media is putting out there. We love Joe. Joe is our guy. We are unified in our love for Joe. That's what they're going to do right now because they're the prominent names to show unity in the party and they believe in Joe. But ultimately, when he steps down, they can all go back to like, we said we believed in Joe. We believed in Joe. That's how they can say that the whole time.
Yep.
That's what they're going to do.
Let's win for Joe while Trump's out here just wrecking fools.
Look at that. That's a real picture of Donald Trump.
That was right before he played golf. Just so you know. Like,
dude.
Only haters will say it's fake. Only haters.
Please send me this picture. I need this on a thumbnail. All right? Send me that. Send it to Krista. Send that picture to Krista. Dude, the fact that Joe Biden fell for the 6'3", 215 meme.
I know.
He fell for the 6'3", 215 meme.
They talking about the golf swing. Holy crap, dude. That's oh man, that was painful.
Yeah, what's somebody said it in the chat. What's the shill Mark Hamill saying right now? What's the shill Mark Hamill saying? Since he's always talking about how Joe is so great and Joe's this and Joe's that. What's Marky Hamill got to say? Let's see here. He hasn't said anything in 7 hours.
Dang, Jeremy, this is why you need to be subscribed to this channel for everything that's going on. I mean, look at this. CNN reports House Dems are now talking about Biden to step aside.
desperate,
that's
dude.
insane. If we hear something like by the weekend that he changed his mind and not going to run anymore, and like he'll go out with thunderous applause, man.
We have a exclusive video here to CobraCast 199 of exclusive footage of Joe Biden at the debate.
Have you ever had a dream that you could do so you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
C3P meme. Shout out to the Dilly meme team. Shout out to the Dilly meme team. That's right. I got all these people watching me, and I'm still shouting out the Dilly meme team. All right. Hail, guys.
Man, look at that. Look, Jeremy's just right again. Even Officer Tatum is out here. It's like happening now. Here it is. 100% they'll replace Biden.
Yes, it's happening.
Man.
It's happening. Understand that there's going to be so many people that are far bigger than me taking credit. I have been predicting this for over a year.
Yeah, I know.
I have been predicting this for over a year. Can somebody go back on that, the show that me and Suresh used to do? Remember that one? Me, Suresh, and Ryan. Yeah. I said it like a year and a half ago. I was like, they're going to replace him, and it's probably going to be Gavin Newsom. And even people said, like, well, Gavin Newsom, lost to that debate to Ron DeSantis. There's no way they're going to do it. They don't care about that. Gavin Newsom has Gavin Newsom is Patrick Bateman, by the way, just so everybody understands. If you've never seen American Psycho, if you know, you know. But he is Patrick Bateman, okay? He literally is Patrick Bateman. And he's scary. He's a very scary guy. I'm terrified of Gavin Newsom. I'm scared of Gavin Newsom. No bullshit. I'm scared of him because he's a slick political slime bag, and he can get away with this shit. Is Gary here? Gary, do you want to come in here and talk with us about this? You know Gavin Newsom. You hate him more than I do.
Holy crap. Here is the...
Chris, to send him a link in case he wants to hop in here real quick.
I'm going to share this. The interactive polls just released 10 minutes ago. Pre-debate, Trump was 59%.
Oof.
Post-debate, 65%. Biden drops to 23%. Look, and they throw in Newsom.
Newsom's in there. Newsom's going to be the nominee. Newsom is going to be the nominee. 1,000% he's going to be the nominee.
Wow, dude.
It will be Newsom. Because Newsom... I think optically, I still think Newsom plays better than Big Mike. I just do. But here's the difference. Here's the only thing I will argue with that is that I don't know if the Obama and the team that's whoever's ultimately running things, I don't know if they're going to have as much control if Newsom is the guy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if Newsom is the type of guy that wants to have the control or not. So that would be... That would be the question I would have, for sure.
Here's your favorite person in the world. Peter Serretta. Is there any way we could just have Kamala Harris take over for Biden? And look at the first response. Biden is better than a convicted felon. Is there any way we could have Kamala Harris take over for Biden? It's bad when you lost Peter Serretta. I'm just saying. It's bad.
Yeah.
But Jeremy's absolutely correct. The media is going to start putting pressure on people. Then it's going to take to social media. Then it's just going to flame all out. And everyone's going to be talking about we need to replace him. That's all it is. That's just what's going to happen. It's the media says it. It goes to social media. It takes a life of its own. Are you sure you want to pull that up? I didn't want to pull that up.
Black Twitter exploding against Biden.
Jail Hellstorm says Newsom is on MSNBC right now defending Biden.
All right, let me find that.
You called it.
Let's see. I got to go to home. MSNBC.
Oh my gosh, there's clips of. Jill Biden says, Joe, you did such a great job. What did Trump do? Puts the mic in his face. He goes, lie. Oof.
Here we go.
Sudden it was like, oh, he's warmed up.
Yes. Yes. And as you said, Rachel, he did improve as the night went on. His voice improved.
Maybe you have to
his
go
answers
back.
Improved.
Maybe.
He had a
Let's
couple
see.
of moments. I thought his answer on calling out Trump's criminality, debate performance, that the Biden, his voice improved, his answers in part because
This
they
is
wanted
YouTube
to do
TV,
this.
so it's a little hard to. There it is. There we go.
Governor, I know you have a busy day job. Thank you for your time tonight.
Oh,
We really
all right, here we go.
Biden's been about his entire about. That's what they. Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's as far back as I can go right here.
I mean, we've all had those nights. All of us. Not one person watching hasn't had those nights.
Well, we've not all been in presidential.
But it's not about debates. You have good moments.
Dude, this
you have
guy's a
bad moments. You wake
sleaze
up
bag,
the next
man.
Day, you dust it off and you move forward. It's all about resiliency. That's what the American people are about. That's what the American economy is about. That's what Joe Biden's been about his entire life. I've seen this over and over, this movie before. Oh, Joe Biden should pack it up in the primaries. He's got no chance. After Iowa, he never gives up. He's never giving up, fighting for us, fighting for democracy, our future, kids, our grandkids.
This is why he was here
we've
tonight.
Got to have his back in this respect. And yeah, I hope he does come back. And I hope he is back on the stage in another debate. Absolutely.
Well, if he is, I'm sure we're going to want to talk to you after that one, too. Governor, I know you have a busy day job. Thank you for your time.
I'm
tonight.
sure we're
really
going to
very,
want
very
to talk
deeply
to you after
appreciate it.
that.
Great to be with you. Thanks.
What a fucking slime bag, man. Oh my God, I can't stand him. I can't stand him.
No, he's the worst of the worst, man.
Somebody, I guess Krista had already left. I forgot because you and her have a project tomorrow for Park Hopping. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I don't know if Krista was here when I said send Gary the link thing. Gary, if you're not around, just let me know. Jed or Jay Hellstorm, if you guys have access to him, just throw him a link.
I can send it to him.
Yeah, okay. I forgot you guys had that very early days. So whenever you need to bounce, Jay, it's totally fine. I totally understand. This is scary that Gavin Newsom is maneuvering himself into this position right here. This is very, very scary. And I wish it were not true, but it unfortunately probably is. And I don't know how they come back from this. I don't know how they fix this.
There's no fixing. That's the thing. There's no fixing this. They did
one of the things was would either candidate
to make Biden look good on that stage. No people, mute buttons, PP breaks, changing his diaper breaks. The questions were probably preloaded. It's when Trump went, like the best was when Trump went off the question, and you could see Biden, like his brain was trying to fire some cylinder to figure out what he was talking about. And then when I always say this, when it goes into like name calling, when he's like, you're a punk and this and you're an alley cat, it's like, what are you doing, man?
Mm-hmm.
Kill him with facts if you think you got him.
There he is. You ready, Gary, or you give me a minute? You ready now? All right. What's up, brother? I got you in here all late.
I'm in my PJs, wearing the same shirt I did for the last 3 days because my wife's out of town. I wore my video, wore my live stream. I was watching Stranger Things. I wasn't even watching the debate.
It was brutal,
I hear
brother.
Gavin Newsom. I'm like, what the fuck?
All right, Gary. So what do you know? Since you weren't keeping up in real time, what do you know what happened?
It was a massacre. I'm watching the clips now. It was an absolute massacre. It was at H2O. I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. I think they're going to have to pull him at this point.
And do you think it's going to be Newsom as a former California resident that left California because of your hatred of Newsom?
Here's the problem with Newsom. He is he's popular in California. He survived. Well, okay, I got to be careful because we're on YouTube. He survived a recall because everybody had mailboxes. Can I say that? Everybody had mailboxes, so he survived a recall. This is a guy who's overlorded the worst fentanyl disaster, drug disaster, homeless disaster we've ever seen. This is the guy who paid homeless people in San Francisco cash money. They would go once a month, get $400 and get cash. London Breed is one of his disciples. They all come from Willie Brown, who, quite frankly, Willie Brown was better than all these assholes because at least he liked to make money. This is a guy who went to a high-end restaurant without a mask on when everybody was getting closed down. This is a guy who kept California locked down for almost 2 years. Don't forget, it was 2022, early 2022, when the mask laws were the mask mandates were lifted. That's not that long ago. So the rest of the country is going to see this. The rest of the country is going to see this. But I could spend a half an hour talking about just his policy. This is a guy who's overseen a legislature that is
bump your mic up a hair, Gary, just a hair.
Hang on. How's that?
That's good. That's good.
That's good.
Yep.
You ever heard of Scott Wiener? Scott Wiener's he's in California. He's a big guy who wanted to lower ages of consent.
Oh, that guy. That freak. We've seen him at the drag shows and stuff, right?
Yep.
This is a guy who wanted to decriminalize, and I think they did, not disclosing if you had AIDS with a partner. Shit like that, like crazy shit. The guy who's allowed the California school system to turn into pretty much communist indoctrination, to the point where I had to pull my kid out of school. And I'm just scratching the surface on this dude. He would be a nightmare. I think he would lose badly. I don't think the rest of the country fucking likes him at all. So the Democratic Party has to really think of, sometimes parties do this. They just go, we're going to lose this one. We're going to lose this next one, and we're going to rally for the next one.
That's not a bad take, actually, because you're right. I'm not sure Gavin Newsom does play as well as it might seem he would play from the Democrats. It's just that, as I've told you, I'm scared of him because how slick and slimy he is, and how he's got that look. You know what I mean? That people are just drawn to. He just has it. He's not Trump, but nobody's Trump. But he's just got that kind of sleazy, slimy, political attitude that bothers me, that I worry could play very, very well. But you're right. That might be the best take of, maybe the Democrats have finally just accepted that they can't stop Trump and they need to build for 2028. But at the same time, they hate Trump so bad, I'm not sure that they can accept anything with Trump coming back in office.
No, but like Gavin Newsom is California, and right now the rest of the country can't stand California. People are, by the way, 500,000 people have left the state since COVID. 500,000. They're losing seats, and the minimum wage. Like, for one, you ever seen Newsom debate?
Oh, I heard.
One.
The DeSantis debate was awful for him. It was bad. It was bad.
Horrible at debating. And Trump could just talk about California for an hour in every debate, and he would crush him. Because there's nothing what Gavin Newsom can do. The borders are completely open now, and they used to be, like, compared to Texas, pretty secure down in San Diego. They're not now. We have guys rolling up on boats in Carlsbad, California, which is kind of a nice part of North County, San Diego. And there was a time where a bunch of illegals on a boat couldn't get past the Coast Guard. There's no way, because they detect all that stuff. They see all that stuff. They're letting them go, and they're rolling up on the beaches off Tamarack. And if you know Carlsbad at all, and that's where I grew up, and it's insanity. It's absolutely, San Diego has turned into LA. San Diego is a shithole now, when it used to be a really nice city. So I would just talk about California. You know, he's like, oh yeah, okay, I'm a convicted felon. So what? How many convicted felons have you let on the streets to murder people, Gavin? That's.
I see
like convicted felons.
I see your comment to Mark Hamill. You've been awfully quiet tonight. Look at this. I just saw it as I signed into Twitter. It just showed up. Jay, what do you think about all this?
I'm gonna share this. This is
You okay? You getting choked up there, Jay? You all right, buddy?
This is I'm sad for this country, man. It's just
it is.
Look at this.
This guy.
You did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the.
Who are you?
Yeah. It's like, I swear, like, if something major happens in the next month, that's the guy. That's
well, here's what I'm more worried about than anything. Man. I'm more worried about something that Alex Jones has mentioned quite a few times about what we're worried about with Trump. what they might do.
Yeah.
What else do they have? They can't.
Yeah.
They can't stop Trump. So what? They can't beat Trump. What else do they have? Like, I did not expect this tonight. I expected Trump to beat him down. I expected Biden to look bad. I did say, like, I floated it out there as an idea. I expected all of this. What I'm saying I didn't expect the media to full on turn on Biden like this.
It feels kind of like a setup, like
It
CNN
does.
being fair. Like,
It
what?
does. It does.
No,
Dude,
no.
I am thrown for a loop on CNN's behavior tonight, man. I don't know what to think. I love saying that I called this and I called that. I'm blown away at CNN's response. I'm blown away.
It's not just them.
No, I know. It's everybody. It's MSNBC. It's CNN.
And like I said, now it's getting set into social media. And watch, the Hollywood people are going to start saying it next. That'll be the next one, and it'll just be a firestorm. And there's nothing they could do. You know, it's like they'll have to do that because that's what the people want. And like you said, he'll say, yeah, you know, maybe I'll step down and let somebody else do it, and everybody will clap and all that stuff, and then off they go. That's insane. It's insane.
They'll start saying it's the decent thing to do. We love you, Joe. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service. And he's stepping out for the good of the country. Look at Daddy Joe. And I say this a lot, but like if you go back in time, some of us, there's some olds in the chat there. Hail to the olds. You remember Biden all these years. He's been a politician my entire life. My entire life he's been a politician. And if anybody told me even 10 years ago, but 20 years ago, like Biden's going to be president someday, I'm all, get the fuck out of here. I would have believed, if you had told me 20 years ago Trump would be president, I would believe that over Biden being president. It was such a joke. He was such a joke politician. He got caught lying 40 years ago. 40 years ago, he got caught lying about his school, and it's ridiculous, the fact that he's there. And now he's just this decrepit old man who should be in hospice at this point, and he's running our country. Well, he's not running our country.
He's not. Yeah.
And that's the problem. That's the problem we're having. We obviously have Obama running our company. We have our country or company, whatever you want to call it. It's a third term, and that's extraordinarily bad, and it's illegal, and it's absolutely everything our system was supposed to protect. And all these things are starting to fail.
First of all,
I didn't mean to play that. I'm sorry.
Tonight,
It just auto played. Damn it, Twitter.
Oh, good.
So, all right. So apparently Kamala's struggling to defend Joe Biden. This is what this clip is.
Listen, first of all, what we saw tonight is the president making a very clear contrast with Donald Trump on all of the issues that matter to the American
I agree
people.
with her.
Shit, her voice is crackling too.
Yes, there was a slow start, but it was a strong finish. And what became very clear through the course of the night is that Joe Biden is fighting on behalf of the American people, on substance, on policy, on performance. Joe Biden is extraordinarily strong. And
I'm sorry,
that
on
cannot
substance
be
and
debated.
policy and performance tonight, I mean, the president's performance tonight clearly was disappointing for his supporters.
See, the CNN is all in on this, man. They are.
Yeah.
They've never taken the Democrats to task like this. They've never done this. Just, dude, and it's MSNBC, it's CNN, it's all of them. Joy Reid is losing her mind. None of them are trying to do anything other than throw Biden under the bus. Yep. Then you have optics like this right here. Here we go. Trump just walking out there like a Chad, the whole team celebrating, and this is bad, man. This is really.
I mean, what did they? The thing is like I don't know what did they think was going to happen? Right. They've seen the guy speak a million times, like since he's been elected, and then they were like, well, let's put him out there and see what
After 6 days of prep, is that what it was? He went down to the bunker, went down to the basement like a boxer, and 6 days of prep, getting shot up.
Did you? Oh, go ahead, Jay.
Jeremy.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's like it's it's crazy to me to think that they would react this way when they clearly knew, like everybody knew, like this was going to happen. He was going to get rattled. He was going to last 10 minutes. She said it was a slow start and a strong finish. Holy crap. There's video now showing that he needed 2 people to help him walk off the stage. Like it's
This is the most viral clip right now going. This is the most viral one. I showed it earlier. It's too good to not show again.
With the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Brutal.
Thank you, President.
God. And again, the thing I judge it on is this is one of these massive Twitter accounts that gets like, look at how many likes this thing has in just a couple of hours. It's already got 212,000 likes in just a couple of hours. It's going everywhere. Everybody's roasting him. Even people that don't pay attention to politics are. Whew. Okay. But go ahead.
Twitter.
Huh?
You pulled up Black Twitter.
Black Twitter's going crazy right now. I saw Antonio Brown tweeting, and he I'm not gonna,
I'm sure he had some.
I clearly can't say what he said, but I'll just pull up what Antonio Brown's tweet was in response, if I can find it, because it's.
Well, before you find that, look at this. This is a pretty telling clip from our boy Meme TV here. Look at this.
He goes through 6 days of preparation at Camp David.
More than that.
And they know the rules.
It was more than a week.
Okay, so more than a week. They know the rules. He practices with the mics. He knows every one of these questions is coming. And yet he couldn't fill the time. Now, I just want to see what the...
And he couldn't fill the time.
Did they just admit, though? Yeah, that he knew the questions?
Like it.
That's what it sounded like.
Oh, I didn't
get she said that. She said he knew every question.
Want to hear it again?
Yeah.
Because he goes through 6 days of preparation at Camp David.
More than that.
And they know the rules.
It was more than a week.
Okay, so more than a week. They know the rules. He practices with the mics. He knows every one of these questions is coming.
What?
And yet he couldn't fill the time. Now that...
Wow.
How would he know that?
Mm-hmm. How would he know that? Indeed. Look at there. Here's what Antonio Brown tweeted. You can see what he says. So, AB obviously pretty happy with Trump's performance. So there you go. Holy shit, man.
Yeah,
okay,
like
well,
right here. Sorry, it's the last one.
No, you're good. You're good.
This is the Blaze is elder abuse. They had to help him off the stage.
First debate of the 2024 campaign.
We don't need to hear it, but yeah, he's just standing there because he can't get down the steps. And there they go. Like, look, there's another guy there. Like, she's trying to get him down the steps.
Oh my God.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is insanity. Like, this person should not be in charge.
No.
But the thing is what the problem, the biggest thing that I think everybody needs to realize is literally a few hours ago, the same media that is telling you that Joe Biden is gone was the same media telling you that he was fit to be president just a few hours ago.
Yep.
And they've been telling you he was fit to be president, even though every single person that's paid attention to him knew that he was not fit in any way, shape, or form. This is where we are.
You want to see this? I'm sorry.
No,
keep
sharing
back
them.
on Twitter. Who's your favorite guy?
Oh, no. Oh, full screen it.
A horse fucker.
Here we go.
And the whole time the split screen is killing Biden. Yep. Because he's got his mouth open. He looks confused, doesn't know where he is. He's lost his train of thought at least twice in like disastrous shape. Those are going to be played 1 billion times in viral video after viral video. So this is an epic disaster. It like I see people online saying, "Well, okay, that answer wasn't so bad." No, it doesn't. Any particular answer doesn't matter at all.
It was a mostly
this
peaceful
thing is
disaster.
over. He looks like he's barely surviving. I don't mean the debate. I mean life. And so there's no person that has a single brain cell left in their head who thinks that Joe Biden is the best candidate to take on Donald Trump. You would have to be even crazier than Donald Trump to think that. This thing is over. I'll guarantee you this. I would bet show me a Democratic politician and I will bet them any amount of money that Joe Biden's going to lose this election if he's the candidate. It's a guaranteed loss. You're telling me this is the most important election of our lifetimes? You're telling me that democracy's on the line? And you're going to put on a guy who can't even talk,
fucking election,
who can't even sit there and look normal. This thing's a bloodbath. He's going to get annihilated. That is okay. Now the Democrats have to decide: are they happy to lose? Are they willing to lose? Because this is a guaranteed loss.
Holy shit! This is wild, man.
This is a football team after you've lost like 42-0, and you're headed towards an 17 now? 0-17 season.
Yeah.
And you finally come to the realization, oh, we're fucked.
I don't know if they can. I mean, listen, yes, my theory has always been like Gavin Newsom, Big Mike, but I don't know if you can fix this.
No. That's the risk the Democratic Party runs. Not to give them any advice, because fuck them. But if they feel like they have somebody who could potentially win maybe a couple of elections, they're not going to win this one.
No.
And you're not winning it with Newsom. You could fucking go ahead. I know he scares you. Roll out fucking Newsom. Go ahead. He will get murdered in a debate, and all you have to do is bring up California policy. He has no policy other than sucking, and he's just got a bunch of fucking LA and San Francisco elites and, tech bros and fucking actors and whatever they're fucking smoking in Los Angeles and San Diego fooled. The rest of California hates his fucking guts. So he's not even loved in his state.
I'm so happy you said that. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. They will bring out another candidate, probably not for the presidential election, but someone that could help win the smaller elections like House, Senate, stuff like that. So they can have some kind of
point.
Remember how they introduced Obama.
That's a good point.
Remember how they introduced Obama. That's what they'll try to find their next Manchurian candidate and roll them out early, and it'll be for the next one. That'll be my guess. That would be my guess.
If they could, because there's no way Biden can, like when Donald Trump was running, he would go and help the locals officials, like he helped DeSantis win Florida, things like that. There's no way Biden, who, if Democrats don't even, they're like, I can't vote for this guy, they're not gonna take his endorsement either. So if they need someone to help endorse the smaller candidates to win on the smaller scale, so at least they'll have control of something. That's the only thing I could think of is they bring somebody out that will at least do that type of they'll run for president, they'll be a good speaker, but they'll help the smaller guys at least stay in office for whatever reason so they can have some kind of power as they move into the next 4 years. But Gary, I want to introduce you to my favorite streamer. His name is Jake Future. I don't think you've seen this clip. He does about 30,000 views a live stream, and he was also reacting to the presidential debate. This is his clip.
Why are you talking so slow? Who's talking like this?
Check him out, fam. Jake Future.
I'm subbing, man. I'm in.
No, he's always on Aiden Ross's stream, and it's the funniest shit ever. It's so funny. It's so funny.
But everyone's like, no way, Jake Future cooking Joe Biden.
That's great. Of course he is.
Oh my goodness gracious! All right, Gary, I don't want to keep you too long, man. I know it's late, so however long you want to hang, you can. But
I'll hang for a few more minutes. Then I'm going to get back to my very busy evening of watching
Stranger Things.
Yeah,
Where are you at on your rewatch?
You guys,
hey, Jay,
so we're going to be reporting on the disastrous Tiana's Bayou tomorrow, where it's grand opening. Gary probably has no idea.
I thought you were talking about Drinker's girlfriend.
No,
not Tiana though. Sorry.
They closed Splash Mountain because it was racist, and they reopened a new ride.
Yeah.
and it hasn't worked since it's opened. It's been they actually had some of the actors on that were in the movie, and it broke down. They had to be rescued off the ride. So
yeah, it's bad.
Tomorrow's supposed to be the grand opening, and someone that works over there were like, "You guys have." Like it's a mess, dude. Like you gotta come over and see. So
Do it.
Me and Krista.
So that'll be on Park Hoppin' tomorrow. So that's our theme park channel with Geeks and Gamers if you have not subscribed to that. And also Drunk 3PO, who's closing in on 90,000 subs. Let's go. His Star Wars content has been fantastic lately.
Acolyte.
So yeah, absolutely.
Thank you,
yeah.
Acolyte.
It's been glorious. It's been glorious.
I wish that's the gift that keeps giving all year long, I hope. So let's see. Hey, God bless you, Gary. We'll talk San Antonio.
Hey, you too,
soon.
brother. Yeah,
And,
I can't wait
Jeremy,
to see you,
thanks.
Jay.
Yeah,
Take care of yourself,
awesome.
brother.
All
See you,
right.
Jay. Have a go, man.
Love Jay. He's gonna be
But-
staying at my house, man. He's
Oh,
gonna be
really?
Staying at my house, yeah.
Okay,
Come to
right
San
on.
Antonio.
Right on.
Yeah, he's gonna be with the dog. I'm gonna put him with the dog.
I am, before you get out of here, I did think it was important to get perspective on you with the Gavin Newsom thing. So I'm glad that you don't have a lot of confidence in him as a national candidate. That's good to
don't.
hear.
White
Because
male from Cal, so white male, and then what he's gonna have to have a take because he does. He takes the easy low hanging fruit, like he got really popular for passing gay marriage in San Francisco way back in the day when Obama wasn't even for it. Like he passed it for a little while and then they had to overturn it. He'll do stuff like that. But Israel Palestine, what's your take? Because that's kind of an important one with the Democratic Party right now. And he won't have one. He just flat out won't have one. And you can get away with that in stupid ass California, which is a super majority one party state. This is why Razor Fist has done at least one video on this. They need to do electoral college for states. They need that needs to happen now. That's something that I hope Trump talks about. Any other candidate that's worth a shit needs to start talking about this. And governors, this needs to happen, or the cities will turn into the UK. And we'll just be run by the cities. It's that way anyway in California, but it's really important. But no, dude, white male, what's his take on Israeli Palestine, and just hammer him with there's news from California every day of some disaster. And 10 cities in Beverly Hills. I've seen them myself. 10 cities in Beverly Hills, California. Just hammer with that. He'll fucking lose.
won't be too complicated at that point. So I'm glad to hear that, as someone that I think you probably, of anyone that I know personally, I think you hate Gavin Newsom more than anyone. So
real quick, a governor or a president is not really supposed to affect domestic policy outside of war. Is not supposed to affect your daily life other than, oh shit, that gas price went up a little bit. Otherwise, their policy shouldn't be ruining your fucking life. What we saw with the COOF was politicians directly affect people's livelihoods that led to deaths. Okay, and I'm not just talking about with the COOF. Hospitals were closed. My father-in-law had heart trouble. He had stents. He needed to go in the hospital regularly. He couldn't. He was doing fucking video shit. Died on the side of the road in Yuma.
Jeez.
Died on the side of the road. And I blame the COOF and I blame the policy because that's exactly what happened. And there's a million other stories like that out there. My wife's business got ruined. We had to leave. Again, we haven't even gone through the worst. There's people with much worse stories. There's people like they lost their family business of 50 years. And it's because of not the COOF, the government reaction, and the governor and his direct action that ruined people's lives forever. Ruined a generation of kids is screwed up forever now because they kept schools closed for 2 fucking years because of the cowardly unions. So I don't like this guy.
Yeah, that's pretty clear. Oh, don't I like it. We like it when you get spicy over here. So that is all good. I'm just trying to process how bad tonight was because it's far worse than I imagined it would be, and mainly it's because of the media response. The media has just completely thrown Biden under the bus, and I don't know what that means moving forward. Like this clip right here, which I have not seen, but right here.
Well, I think consistent with your reaction, Rachel, and others on the panel, it's kind of a DEFCON 1 moment. I do think Lawrence and Chris give a very important caveat. Listen, I've been deeply involved in presidential campaign debates. Some went well, some didn't go well. The only thing that matters, and you won't really know for 3 or 4 days, is how the voters that will decide this election will react. I would also add, I have deep suspicion that Donald Trump with swing voters bombed as well. And that's the tragedy. Because I think Joe Biden, the biggest thing in this election is voters' concerns, and it's both swing voters and base voters with his age, and those were compounded tonight. So what the campaign's going to do is try and run ads. Biden will go out tomorrow and the next day being aggressive. I mean, it wasn't just his craziness and his lies, although that was apparent in every question. Like, Donald Trump wouldn't even answer questions about
he's trying to spin the Trump
or the opioid crisis. You know, talk about someone who's consumed with himself, which is what the message the Biden campaign wanted to land. But the concern level is quite high. This is a race that it reminds me a little bit of 2012, but in reverse. We had a small but significantly important lead in battleground states. We had a really bad first debate. Race tightened, but we're okay.
These are not talking points from a campaign that's trying to win an election. They're throwing their own candidate under the bus. All of their talking points, like to say that there's high level of concern. This is Obama campaign vet that's talking like that. This is not something. Like, did you hear Joy Reid earlier? Did you hear that clip?
Let's hear that.
My goodness, dude.
And they're gonna try to gaslight now. You're right, chat. I saw you in there. They're gonna be desperate at this point because this is gonna be an absolute blowout. This is gonna be Reagan and Mondale, dude. I was alive for that when Mondale got one fucking state.
Listen, Ned, you know when Joy Reid's not shilling for
Maybe
Biden.
not that bad,
I, too, was on the phone throughout much of the debate with Obama world people, with Democrats, with people who are political operatives, with campaign operatives. My phone really never stopped buzzing throughout. And the universal reaction was somewhere approaching panic. The people who were texting with me were very concerned about President Biden seeming extremely feeble.
This is crazy that they're acting like this. I can't believe it. We've seen Biden act. We've seen Biden like this for 4 years.
4 years, dude. 4 years. What did I tell you election night? What did I tell you?
What'd you say?
The day after, I said, "Hey, if we survive if the world doesn't end, I think it might end up being a good thing that people got a good fucking dose."
You did
of
say
Biden's presidency of Obama 3, and it'll wake a lot of people up. And
1,000%. That's exactly what you said to me, and you're right. And we've needed this. We've absolutely needed this. So. All right, Gary, I'm going to let you get out of here.
Thanks, brother.
Man, it's awesome always having you on. Friday Night Tights tomorrow. If you have not subscribed to Gary's channel, he needs some help. I told him I was going to give him a boost. I told him I was going to give him a boost over there. But Mr. 1 million subscribers, Gary. And hey, Gary, I'm making videos again on Geeks and Gamers, man.
And you're gaining subs.
I'm gaining a lot of subs. I'm gaining a lot.
How that works?
It's amazing how that works. It's amazing.
Gain subs.
It's amazing. I know the same things happen on this channel. I made a video last night that hit like 100,000 views overnight. And I was like, so we're closing on 140 on this channel. So I should start making more videos. I think that's the theme here.
I know for a fact a couple of us have suggested it a couple of times. One of them named Ryan Kinnell. And,
that's right. That's right.
Thanks for having me on. We got Drinker on tomorrow.
Nice.
So who's on Will Kane? Go watch his Will Kane interview.
Was he on with Will Kane? Was that today?
Will Kane. Yes.
Okay. I'll have to check that out.
And subscribe to D-Day Cobra. Subscribe to Geeks and Gamers. Hail the 199.
Hail. Thanks, Gary.
Take it easy, brother.
Bye-bye. All right, bro. Take it easy, man. Always good having Gary here. Now that he's gone, I can say he's a piece of shit. I don't like that guy. I have to invite him because he has 1 million subscribers, but I'm not really the biggest fan of him, but I have to deal with him because he's got some internet clout, and I like to try to get a little bit of internet clout from him. So obviously that's my boy. Love that dude. Okay, I want to bring my other peeps in here just to give them a big shout out. We've got Hollywood Scholar, Jed. I don't know if you're around, but I wanted just to say hello to you and Jay Hellstorm, both of these guys. You guys have been helping me behind the scenes tonight. Jed has been keeping up with all the super chats. Hailstorm is working on the D-Day Cobra Clips channel. So I just wanted to give you guys a mention real quick. Hollywood Scholar on YouTube, Jay Hellstorm on YouTube and all social media. Are either one of you guys here right now?
Hello. Here.
There you go. You guys doing good?
Still here.
Still here. We got a lot to get through. We're not going to get through all of them, but I want to read as many as I can. So I will keep you. If you guys want to stay here, you can. Whatever works for you guys. But we've got a huge audience. I will get a super chat square up for sure. Obviously, we read every super chat here at CobraCast because I appreciate all of you guys. Legalize adulthood for a 199, a proper 199, and there's a lot of proper 199s tonight. Let's fucking go. Dave Rubin is in the other room, sitting in a chair, naked, with a box of handy wipes on the table next to him. Not sure which side is getting him excited. Jesus, legalize adulthood. Willie Will with a 199. Says Hail Snake Pit 199, still working, but here in spirit. Peace and love. Legalize Adulthood dropped like 20 gifted memberships. I think Willie Will drop some. If he didn't, he's always dropped some before, so shout out to those guys. Jim Daniels with a 50 and says fuck Joe Biden. Kelly R with a 199, a proper 199, says the meme, the man, the legend. Yes, he actually fell for the 6'3", 215-pound meme. I can't believe it. Doug B for a proper 199 says this has gone so badly for them that they're about to start a worldwide crisis to be able to postpone the next debate indefinitely. Watch. If Trump loses or picks Rubio, America is fucked. Donald Trump better not pick Rubio. He just better not do it, man. I will be so mad if he did. Mark Hamill tweeted. Oh shit, what did he tweet, guys? Somebody pull it here. Let me see. Mark Hamill. All right, here we go. Oh, he's off night. I called it an off night. Off night doesn't change the fact that Joe Biden is the most legislatively successful POTUS of our lifetime. One off night also doesn't change the fact that the former guy is a convicted felon, serial liar. Really, Mark? This is the spin you're putting on? There's so many things I'd like to say about Mark Hamill right now. I'm not going to scroll down. Mark Hamill, cope and seethe. That's what I'll say to Mark Hamill. This is the biggest cope I've ever seen. Here, I'll just play cope. Here we go. Cope. If I could, there. That's all I'm going to put. Just cope. And then Trump 2024. There you go. Cope. Trump 2024. That's all we're going to say to Mark Hamill. He is such a terrible person. He is a absolutely horrible person. I don't think there's any way we can ratio Mark Hamill, but it would be cool, wouldn't it, if everybody goes up there and likes that tweet and retweets it, and maybe we could ratio him. I doubt that, but it would be cool, wouldn't it? God, what a terrible person. All right, let's get back to the super. Thank you, chat, for letting me know. I appreciate that. Get woke, go broke for 50. Says President Trump should announce VP. Probably, that would have been a good play before this happened. It's a good thing Trump did not pull the VP card tonight, because Trump has won this night so gloriously. He needs to wait for the VP pick for another opportunity. So in advance, it would have been good, but I'm glad that he didn't, considering where we're at now. Dougie B for 50 says the second Trump agreed to this debate with all the restrictions, they started crapping their pants and planning this. Agreed. Zevin Cross for a $100 super chat. Trump 2024. Trump annihilated Biden. Biden's mumbling has gotten worse. He sounds like he's on his last leg. Holy hell. It was an astonishingly bad night. It really was. Harley Dave for a $99.99 super chat says, you think the globalists won't attack us during the most pivotal moment of our nation? We are absolutely screwed under fuck Joe Biden. They're not going to wait for peace. They will attack in chaos. It's time for that everyone understands. If Trump doesn't win, the United States ends. I agree. I'm a massive Trump supporter. I'm a massive believer in Donald Trump. He's the greatest president of my lifetime. And that is just the truth of the situation. And now he's had one of the best nights I think he's ever had since he's become a politician. Z Herb for 50 says, Biden was so out of it. Trump won. You had to be biased to say otherwise. We had H2O, President Donald J. Trump. Valiant Renegade, who texted me earlier for a proper 199, says, you fucking killed it tonight, brother. Let's effing go. 199. Trump 2024 is going to be a great year. Thank you, Valiant. Appreciate it, man. It has been a great night here on CobraCast, no doubt about it. And I welcome anybody that's a new viewer, a new subscriber. I appreciate all of you. And it's been a great night all the way around. Linko Kenobi for 50 says, well, that was a successful debate for Trump. Biden was so full of shit. I had 55 views on YouTube, 7 on Twitter, and a couple on Rumble. So my stream was good. Anyways, Jeremy, let's play COD Black Ops. Bring in Warwolf, LOL. Hail Cobra, Trump 2024, 199. Thank you, Linko Kenobi. I'm glad you had a great stream, brother. This Mirage for 100 says, Outer Mission Exile. My California family still thinks things are okay with Newsom and the Dems. That's a tough one right there, man. I feel for you on that one, brother. Undead George Washington says, Kamala Harris spinning Joe's performance is like trying to positively position the Titan submersible implosion. But it was made of carbon fiber and it used a PS5 controller. What amazing tech. That is an interesting way of looking at it. You're not wrong. All right, our peeps over on Rumble, and we've had a great Rumble crowd tonight. And again, thank you all for watching on Rumble. Dougie B with those 5 gifted memberships over on Kick. Thank you so much. Unique Breakfast Taco for 20 on Rumble says the left's question is risk an election with a swapped candidate or martial law via World War III a la Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the left has any. We are in a very interesting time right now with the media turning on Joe Biden. It's very, very confusing and very concerning. And I don't know what their next play is. I don't know. I mean, again, I felt like that they would do something like this, but it's the media's reaction is what has thrown me for a loop tonight. That is the biggest thing that I'm looking at, and I'm going, what is their next play? And I don't know what it is. I'm very I want to, obviously I'm going to do as much research as I can this weekend to try to get a feel for that, but I don't know what their next play is right now. I'm very concerned. Chad Layton for 20 on YouTube says, next thing you know, cats and dogs will be getting along, LOL. Let's see. Bubba Dank says, Hunter gave daddy too much yayo. Health Minister of Belgium for 20. Can someone please look at the difference in earlobes on Joe Biden comparing left and right? His actor is wearing a mask. That one picture of him was really bad. I know which one. I know you guys know which one I'm talking about. Darius H for 20 says, OMG, massive delay via TV versus online. Sitting here at Denny's now live. I wish I was at Denny's. I really wish I was at Denny's, to be honest with you. Zanaxma says Biden's look tells me he thought Trump was locked in here with him or with them, but he's now realizing that who are locked in here with Trump. Trump's just dominating this. Yeah, Biden was completely outmatched and overwhelmed all night. Red Mage says Trump running circles around Biden on this debate. They can't do anything. He's playing by their rules. He's slamming the ball back at Biden very strategically, staying composed and getting straight to the point. 100%. Darth Racer says Gavin has led Cali to ruin. It'd be easy for Trump to slam him in a debate. Yeah, that's what Gary was saying too. Going back to Trump could have come out very aggressive, but he understood the task at hand. All Trump needed to do was be calm, cool, and collective and let Joe bury himself. And that's exactly what happened tonight. It's exactly what happened tonight. It was amazing. Red Mage says, the copium I'm seeing on my Facebook feed and social media is hilarious with TDS or trying to defend Biden. It is glorious. Meme TV says, just sent you a DM on Twitter. CNN admitted Biden had the questions and Jay pulled that one up. Hail Meme TV, Dilly Meme Team. Samuel B. Jeremy, even if Newsom somehow gets the nomination, Kamala would have to step down. The optics for that are awful for minority voters. Replacing a woman of color with a whitey Newsom, it's over no matter what, 199. I hope you're right. Elsid Barrett for 20 says, Trump debating Biden and Gavin speaking after how Gavin will avoid debating Trump entirely. Maybe that's the plan. The Exalted Patriarch says, the cows at The View will have a funeral tomorrow. If the DNC doesn't pick Kamala and does with Gavin, they will never be able to claim the high ground on race again, and they'll lose a ton of people of color and women too. Betrayal. Honestly, and I guess does The View happen like Monday through Friday? I can't wait to see The View's meltdown. It's going to be glorious. I can't wait. This Mirage says, I left California before Gary, but my family still thinks California is done right in 2024. California is gone. Yeah. It's sad, too, because California is such a beautiful state, and there's so much beautiful scenery. But the government there is just so horrifically bad. It's sad, man. It really is. Yes, cows at The View. That's a good way to describe the View. I think we should always refer to the View as a bunch of cows. I am 100% in support of that. 1,000%. I will always support that. Let's see where we are right now. I want to get rid of that tab. I'm just trying to get rid of a few tabs because I've got way too many tabs open right now. I think I got rid of the wrong tab right there, though. I did, and that's okay. Thank you guys again for being here. I don't know how many subscribers we're at. Did we break 140? That would be interesting if we did. Let's see if we did. How close to 140 are we? Well, Geeks and Gamers is closing in on 400,000, and that's awesome. All right, we're at 139,273. Are 800 of you not subscribed that are watching? I mean, we got a lot of people watching, so just saying. Subscribe if you're new, if you're interested. But if you think I'm an idiot, I mean, don't subscribe. That's kind of the way to look at it. You're like, yeah, I was just watching for the shit show. I don't really care about this guy. So, and I totally understand that. CNN Flash poll debate. Look at there. CNN Flash poll debate. Trump 67, Biden 33. It's Jover. Okay? It's been a bad night. It's been a bad night for the Biden campaign. AJ for 10 says, hey, Jeremy, just started a new job and have been stressed out, but this channel brings me entertainment and laughter to get me through. Thank you for being here, and hail to 199. Thank you. I am honored to be here on the internet, and I'm honored that anybody takes the time out of their day to watch me. So thank you so much. And I wish you nothing but good luck on your new job, brother. Big Red One Guy for $9.99 says, following you since 2018 from my personal account, bro. You and Geeks and Gamers fam have given me the motivation to start this one as my channel. Haven't said this to you in a minute, but MAGA Bama, my dude. Let's fucking go, Donald J. Trump. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. 2018. That's a long time to be following me, and I appreciate it, and good luck with your channel, man. That is awesome. That is awesome to hear. Pedro for 10 says, the doctor disrespect story makes no sense. If everything is true, he committed a federal crime, so did Twitch and all of these people conceal a crime, or is this story overinflated? It's very confusing, and it's just... There's so much to unpack with that, and I did do a story on the situation with him. Well, not the arrest thing. I don't know if that was a rumor or not, but in terms of Twitch making a comment about it. So if you want to go over to Geeks and Gamers and see my latest couple of videos on that, I'll look into it more. But yeah, the whole story is very confusing from top to bottom. Jimbo says, Jeremy, do you think Trump will come out swinging or take the high road? Well, that was earlier, and I'm sorry, but I would have said that I think he will take the high road. I would have said that. Fully problematic for 10 says, God Emperor Trump is still going to romp and stomp minor attracted person Joe Biden in spite of all the CNN shenanigans. I'm hoping for a coked up, angry Biden. Should be hilarious. MAGA 199. Well, you predicted it. You predicted it. Rye, the guy for 10 says, all the big pharma combined forces to get Joe through this debate tonight. I'm with Trump 100%. Anima Chain says, give Dan the power. Dan got a wrench tonight, finally. Meme TV says, Dilly Meme Team will be fact-checking live with memes on X. Let's go. Swords and Starship says, me and my dad are watching right now. Shout out to my pops. Cheers to the best political show since El Rushbo. And MAGA 2024, can we get a Jeremy Osteen to bless my dad's golf game? Jeremy Osteen has had a fantastic night. There's been a ton of super chats tonight. Jeremy Osteen is blessing this chat with a big wamin. There we go. Zevin Cross for 10 says, Kirsha is covering it as well. Shout out to Kirsha. Hayden Wayne says, Kirsha, Jay, Junie, Smoothie, Dermy, Daily Wire, Blaze, Razor Fifth, Patrick Bet, David, Mo Zamboni, and the list goes longer and longer. All of those people were covering it tonight, and I'm happy to hear that. Mac Jerry says, there's a rumble in Biden's pants as his bowels react to all of his medication. Jimbo says, Trump will announce himself as his own VP, so he gets impeached. He is next in line. Torben says, we live in interesting times, maybe a little too interesting. Gay Carpenter 77 says, tech overlords is trying to control information flow. Big Brother is alive and well. Just Chillin' says, here's some money for putting your channel on the line. Thank you. I appreciate that. Darius H says, I'm so tired of Rumble going down at the worst time. Shaking my head. I know, but you got to give them time, man. They're working through this. They're doing a great job over there, and they're literally going up against a titan in YouTube, and they've made a lot of waves, and I think they're going to continue to make noise. But creators need to be on that platform and multi-streaming over there if they want to see the platform grow. Colonel Douche Nozzle for 10 says, I'll donate my soul to Jeremy if Trump manages to get through this without laughing. Did he laugh? I guess he did laugh. He had a couple of smirks. I don't know how to say this. Zelosi, maybe? He can't reboot fast enough. He keeps BSODing. River Miles says 23, 24, 25, 28, 34, 69, 69, 69, 69. River Miles says, in the Biden family. Marco of Reality says, quartering seems to be having trouble on YouTube. I was unable to even get my account to load on Rumble. I haven't checked anyone else on YouTube, but one other place I've seen some streamings working is Odyssey. I need to get back on Odyssey. Alan Tanasi for 10. My friend just asked me if Biden will poop his pants during this. I said, I don't know. It all depends. Scanned in. Trump 2024. Hell the Snake Pit 199. Goalie says, I got 50 other nations around the world to help Ukraine. Good job starting another world war, Brandon. Exactly. Mr. 30 Below says, congrats on 12K on X. Killing it tonight. Thank you. Speed Motion Samick. Activate the Bully McGuire theme for Trump. Eric Guidewall just dropped a 50 just now. It says Trump 2024. Thank you, Eric. Cartoon Post says, I was expecting Biden to look bad, but this is shockingly bad. I can't believe it. He's absolutely gone. Keep it up, dude. Big fan of Geeks and Gamers and CobraCast. Fuck Joe Biden. Trump 2024. Thank you. Samuel for $9.99 says, childcare wouldn't be a problem if Dems didn't make it, so we needed two incomes to survive. Also, they can't complain that daycare costs $35 to $40K a year when it's on them who wants $20 minimum wage. Agreed. John Kennedy says, sticks 6'3", 215. Carrie Malone says, excuse me, Joe, it's 6'3", 215. That's right. Nate Houston says, my man, came to the 199 through the Critical Drinker and FNT. You're doing great, brother. Every voice is needed. Keep up the great work, or keep it up. November is coming. Have this. Hail the 199. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. It's awesome. I got so many cool friends here on YouTube, man. And we're all part of the same little crew, and it's great to be part of it. Jeff Hill says, Trump totally destroyed Biden. I think the drugs wore off early because he kept mumbling. I can't understand. I'm half the time. What a joke. Trump 2024. It was. Ackle P2, watching while getting some OT in. Please help yourself to some. Hail Snake Pit 199. Haven't seen a beating like this since Rodney King. My bad. Old Joe gets replaced next week. Damn it. Bryce for 10 says, who won the debate? Gavin Newsom. The corrector for $9.99 says, my first ever, though, ouch, $100 lesson learned. Hey, man, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Nick Matrix 97. Dems have no options to run against Trump. Hail the 199. Darth Racer for 10 says, guys, Biden will not let himself be replaced. He's president. He won't let them get rid of him. Gay Carpenter says, Gavin visited the White House way back in July 13th, 2022. Biden was not in town. This has been in the works for a long time. JRG Project says, Biden soiled himself tonight and Trump had to wipe it up. Octane Junkie says, Sleepy Joe is definitely developing a tolerance to whatever B12 Adderall cocktails they've been dosing him up with. BPB 80 says, Orange Joy bad. Vice says, here in Cali, King Newsom wins every election. They close the voting booths down early. They tell people to go home. It's already been decided and don't let people vote. Sounds like Canada. NYBSFP for $9.99 says, Joe is the only Joe. They will have to force him out and then get Kamala. Rock meet hard place. They may just let Trump clean up their mess. Daryl the dialect says, dialect. So the Democrats just got Last Jedi'd. Commander Ed Straker says, Jeremy, I live in California. If it wasn't for fuck Joe Biden and Kamala, Gavin Newsom would be the world's dumbest man. He has gaffes almost as bad as fuck Joe Biden. It will still be Trump in 2024, just closer. I hope so. George, what's up, George? I saw you texting me too, man. I had so many messages I couldn't read any of them, really. George the Giant Slayer says, the DNC only allowed this show. The party needs to switch out Biden. Won't make a difference. Trump will tear Newsom's mask off. Hail. Thank you. Black Tiger says, Gary's endorsement of Gavin aside, we can't forget the biggest advantage, all the former Cali citizens spreading the good word. Those people hearing the policies they ran from are going nationwide. Z-Herb says, the cope is from both old men, like, bro. One is the old man, the other is senile and completely out. Stop the cap. They are not the same boat. I don't know if the cope is that both old men. Okay, I think you're saying like people saying they are both old men when in reality it's only one. I got you. George the Giant Slayer for $9.99 says, this is purposely to silence and sideline Jill Biden and the family for fighting for the nomination. I'm nervous about what the next steps are going to be, but I'm happy Trump has so much momentum. D. Kenyon says, Joe getting the questions early isn't shocking. They did the same thing during the Hillary debate. Now that Donna Brazile got her job after she gave them to her when she worked at CNN. I remember that. George the Giant Slayer again for another 9 or 10 says, if Newsom is selected, all Trump will have to say is government isn't solution to poverty. Government is the creator of poverty, and then just point to California. It's going to be interesting. The Whiskey Rebellion says so much for cheap fakes. River Miles says Mark had an off night when he asked his son's girlfriend to abort. Pinto for 10 says Biden is already senile. The problem is that Trump is also old and estimated effects of the tax cut and jobs cut for the blue collar, his voters, are close to zero for the physical part has worsened. Disney Master Chief says, or is that Chef? Chief says, Trump is the absolute beatdown. Trump with the absolute beatdown. Trump 2024. Let's go. We've got a ton of gifted memberships, and there's a lot more super chats we're going to catch up on. I'm going to have to do a square up on those because we are running at about 4.5 hours now. Let me see. I still want to go over to Rumble, though, catch up on some of those. Vault95 says, shut up, silly woman, said the Solid Snake. Let's see. We've got Chris Benoit. Oh, boy. For 5. I'm so excited for this debate that I put my son to bed early. He didn't want to, so it was kind of a struggle. But I did end up putting him down. Wife wasn't too happy, so I took care of her too. Oh, my God. Yikes. Alt Lag says, sorry, was copying, pasting too fast. I admit I watched both you and Razor Fist. Hey, that's okay, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Space, Digger. Here on Rumble in case YouTube goes down. Thank you. Let's Let's see. Is it Nexus says, thanks for being an alternative to EgoCast IRL. Always, always. Broke Cracker for 10 says, I'm not gay, but I know a guy, Chris Pavlovsky, who would shake your D for creating the greatest streaming platform ever. Well, thank you. Temporary Compendium says, always bet on Barnes. Broke Cracker says, love Barnes. Let's see, pinstripe suits. Soat is now a monthly supporter on Rumble. Thank you. Wisdom Prevails. Rumble is back for 5. Is, I don't know how to say it. Reveresco Amino. Biden looks like he's about to launch himself at Trump. The Virgo on Fire for 10 says, tipping you on here to show both you and Rumble my appreciation for you having the balls to stream this, even when CNN threatened people not to. Hail CobraCast, Trump 2024, Ultra MAGA. Thank you so much. Let's see. And then Rev again for 10 says, it could very well be their plan was to reject him all along after the debate, but because it seems to be so unanimous, so they can replace him with someone else. Newsom. Yeah, we'll see. I didn't even see this. So Kevin dropped 50 gifted memberships earlier. I didn't see that. I apologize. 50 gifted memberships, Kevin. Macaque with 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, Macaque, you mad lad. Bubba Dank with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. FMJHP with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. Randor with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. My goodness, guys. This is insane tonight. Insane. Legalize Adulthood with 10 gifted memberships. No one with 5 gifted memberships. Eric Guidewall just dropped 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. I want to get this 5 right here from Black Tailgate. He says, Timcast is pulling 75K on YouTube and down to 30K on Rumble. It had been 70 to 40. I wonder you has more. Well, I didn't have more, but that's really good numbers for Timcast. And I mean, again, Tim's got a great show, and I'll never take anything away from him. I have criticisms of Tim for sure, but he does put on a great show, and so there's no doubt about that. All right, we're gonna call it there. I'm gonna have to do a square up. I appreciate all of you. It's been a hell of a good night for the channel. It's been a great night for Donald J. Trump, and I am just blown away by how bad things are. But there's part of me that wants to be really excited and really happy, but there's another part of me that's just like, what the hell are they going to pull? That's what I can't get away from. What are they going to pull? And I don't know the answer to that question. And that is the biggest concern right now, is what are they going to pull? What is their plan? And I don't know what the plan is. And it's going to be pretty scary. Now, how many people were watching the main CNN stream? It had to be over 1 million that were watching the main CNN stream. Had to be. I mean, it was, there were so many people tonight that were streaming this from their perspective. So I would imagine the main CNN stream had to have at least, I would guess 1 million would about what they had.
It's at 4.3 million views right now.
It's at 4.3 million right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I wonder if they had over 1 million concurrently. They had to. They had to have over 1 million concurrent. Yeah, I don't know. But I will say, like, as much as this has just been crazy to watch, the next couple of weeks are going to be very wild. They're going to be very wild. And I'm going to be on top of that with making videos and things like that for sure. And we will see from there. Now, I don't know when I'm going to do a square up because I am out of town this weekend. So but do you know what I'll tell you for the majority of you may not know? I will do a car video this weekend, or a truck video. All right. I'm going to do some truck videos for the channel. All right. Talking about the craziness going on. I will do some truck videos. That is my promise. Truck videos, a couple of them will happen this weekend. Okay. A couple of them will happen this weekend. I promise. All right. So we'll get those worked out. And other than that, Hailstorm, we're going to have to trim out all of these Sabaton outros. You know that, right? Or at least some of them. Because what's going to happen, I was watching this today. I was watching Tyrone Magnus reacting to a Star Wars Theory video, and he talked about like all of these all of these previous videos that he had to delete because of copyright claims. All it's going to take is them to claim, and they'll hit every fucking stream that I've ever had. That's pretty scary. That's pretty scary. So I'm a little worried about that. But yes, truck videos will happen this weekend. And again, thank you. You guys know I try not to leave any super chats unturned. Tonight was obviously a crazy night. We had to focus in on the content. So if you did send a super chat, just understand that it does mean the world to me, and I do not take that for granted. I don't care if you sent me $1. I don't care if you sent me $5, $20, $50, $100. Every dollar, it matters. And I never view like money from like, if you send me $100 or $1, that's going to affect you in the same way. So whether you're sending me $1, some people can send that $1, and some people can send $5, and then some people can afford to send the $50 or $100, and some people can't afford to send shit, and that's fine too. 95% of the people watching my streams never send me $1. Without you guys, the people that don't send the money, nobody's really watching. So, you know what I mean? So I appreciate everybody. Everybody makes this thing happen. And I hope that I never fail to communicate that to the people watching me, that I do thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to do this, because I know who allows these opportunities, and it's you, the people. So thank you so much. All right, we are going to end it there. Let's see. Let's see. I'm going to read super chat let's see. Maybe we can do a new Sabaton song for. Well, the problem is I'm going to get crushed on. Memology has been in the game for a long time. So when Memology's telling me don't do that, then I got to think about that. You know what I mean? And so what's going to happen is when I do play copyrighted material, if you trim it out afterwards, what happens is you lose the chat. We don't ever want to lose the chat. Because when you lose the chat, the replay crew, they love to watch the chat. You know what I mean? So, you know what? I'll show you the sexy back end instead of Sabaton tonight. We haven't done sexy back end, and let me just say, I'll be interested to know where we rank tomorrow on the super chat list, because it's a lot. So we'll do sexy back in since we're not doing Sabaton tonight, because I am going to get crushed on copyrights if I don't stop that. Occupant 42 just dropped a $100 super chat on Rumble, and listen to what he says. You ready for this? This is why we have the best community ever. Occupant 42 says, for $100, says, on behalf of everyone who couldn't donate but can't. Look at that. That's amazing. That's amazing. You can cut the ones out from like months ago. That's what I'm probably going to start doing, hitting some of the ones from months ago. I just don't want to affect the chat at all. You know what I mean? Can you make Dan do a cover? I might. That's a good idea. Now, don't forget, we do have the Sabaton song on Rumble. So we will do, you know what? I can do it on Rumble. I can close us out on Rumble and Kick and Twitter. I just can't do it on YouTube. So that's what I'll do. I'll end us on YouTube here in a minute, but I'll play it for Kick, Rumble, and Twitch. That's what I'll do. There we go. So we'll still get it. It just won't be for the YouTube side. So we'll do that. Boom. That's the answer right there. And then we don't get copyright claims. We don't lose the chat. We don't do any of that. There we go. So, but we are going to do, so for those that don't know, for the new viewers, I always appreciate how much people donate to this channel and to Geeks and Gamers. So, and it's not a brag at all. It's, you don't brag when you literally work for people, and I work for this chat, and I work for the people that subscribe to this channel. So it's not a brag. It's a show of appreciation and be transparent. So I'm going to show you guys tonight's back end, and It's one of the sexiest back ends on YouTube. I can tell you that much. Okay, it's a very sexy back end. It's a very sexy back end tonight. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Sexy back end. Boom! Right there is the sexy back end. $4,200 in chat revenue and nearly 200 members. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's a sexy back end right there. And that's not even including Rumble and Kick. It's not even including Rumble and Kick. Holy shit. And I'll be honest with you guys, I've been focusing so much on Geeks and Gamers this month that D-Day Cobra has had a pretty off month, and I've been pretty upset about that. But it's mainly just because my focus has been on Geeks and Gamers. This obviously helps a lot. So thank you so much. But yeah, we've had one of the best months we've had in a long time on Geeks and Gamers. And that's because I've been putting a lot of time over there. And I'll be honest with you guys, I probably do need to make more videos for this channel. And like, I do so much live streaming between Geeks and Gamers Play, D-Day Cobra 199, this channel, Friday Night Tights, Tuesday Night's Main Event, all of that. If I would get back to making videos, I can grow these channels more. And that's what I'm doing with Geeks and Gamers right now. Thank you guys so very, very much. I do appreciate it. And that was just an act of transparency. I'm not even trying to grift the 199. I saw you guys. Like, we should get 199 members. I'm not like, you guys have been insane tonight. So thank you so much. All right. Okay. So, wait, Dr. Disrespect just got demonetized on YouTube? Really? Wow. We kind of saw that one coming. So I'll look more into that story for sure. Okay, so I'm going to end here on YouTube. I'm just going to go to the BRB for a minute. We're going to end on YouTube, and then I'm going to roll Sabaton, okay? So this is the first time we've done it this way, all right? It's the first time we've done it this way. So we're going to try to roll it this way. We're going to roll Sabaton over on Rumble, Kick, and Twitter, but no YouTube because of the copyright bullshit claim, okay? So I love you all. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. It's been a glorious night for Trump, but let's be very worried about what the next steps are because there's still a long way to go. And I'm very worried about what they're going to do moving forward. So thank you guys. I'm going to the BRB screen for just a minute, and then we'll be back with Sabaton. Bye, everyone.